The 6 Fingers of Time by R.A. Lafferty. This is recorded to celebrate the 6th anniversary of LibriVox. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Time is money. Time heals all wounds. Given time, anything is possible. And now he had all the time in the world. He began by breaking things that morning. He broke the glass of water on his nightstand. He knocked it crazily against the opposite wall and shattered it. Yet it shattered slowly. This would have surprised him if he had been fully awake, for he had only reached out sleepily for it. Nor had he wakened regularly to his alarm. He had wakened to a weird, slow, low booming. Yet the clock said 6, time for the alarm, and the low boom, when it came again, seemed to come from the clock. He reached out and touched it gently, but it floated off the stand at his touch and bounced around slowly on the floor. And when he picked it up again it had stopped, nor would shaking start it. He checked the electric clock in the kitchen. This also said 6 o'clock, but the sweep hand did not move. In his living room the radio clock said 6, but the second hand seemed stationary. "But the lights in both rooms work," said Vincent. "How are the clocks stopped? Are they on a separate circuit?" He went back to his bedroom and got his wristwatch. It also said 6, and its sweep hand did not sweep. Now this could get silly. What is it that would stop both mechanical and electrical clocks? He went to the window and looked out at the clock on the Mutual Insurance Building. It said 6 o'clock, and the second hand did not move. Well, it is possible that the confusion is not limited to myself. I once heard the fanciful theory that a cold shower will clear the mind. For me it never has, but I will try it. I can always use cleanliness for an excuse. The shower didn't work. Yes, it did. The water came now, but not like water. Like very slow syrup that hung in the air. He reached up to touch it there, hanging down and stretching, and it shattered like glass when he touched it, and drifted in fantastic, slow globs across the room. But it had the feel of water, wet and pleasantly cool. And in a quarter of a minute or so it was down over his shoulders and back, and he luxuriated in it. He let it soak his head, and it cleared his wits at once. "There is not a thing wrong with me. I am fine. It is not my fault that the water is slow this morning, and other things awry." He reached for the towel, and it tore to pieces in his hands, like porous wet paper. Now he became very careful in the way he handled things. Slowly, tenderly, and deftly he took them so that they would not break. He shaved himself without mishap, in spite of the slow water in the lavatory also. Then he dressed himself with the greatest caution and cunning, breaking nothing except his shoelaces, a thing that is likely to happen at any time. "If there is nothing the matter with me, then I will check and see if there is anything seriously wrong with the world. The dawn was fairly along when I looked out, as it should have been. Approximately 20 minutes have passed. It is a clear morning. The sun should now have hit the top several stories of the Insurance Building. But it had not. It was a clear morning, but the dawn had not brightened at all in the 20 minutes. And that big clock still said 6. It had not changed. Yet it had changed, and he knew it with a queer feeling. He pictured it as it had been before, The hour and the minute hand had not moved noticeably, but the second hand had moved. It had moved a third of the dial. So he pulled up a chair to the window and watched it. He realized that though he could not see it move, yet it did make progress. He watched it for perhaps 5 minutes. It moved through a space of perhaps 5 seconds. "Well, that is not my problem. It is that of the clockmaker, either a terrestrial or a celestial one." But he left his rooms without a good breakfast, and he left them very early. How did he know that it was early, since there was something wrong with the time? Well, it was early, at least, according to the sun and according to the clocks, neither of which institutions seemed to be working properly. He left without a good breakfast because the coffee would not make and the bacon would not fry, and in plain point of fact, the fire would not heat. The gas flame came from the pilot light like a slowly spreading stream or an unfolding flower. Then it burned far too steadily. The skillet remained cold when placed over it, nor would water even heat. It had taken at least 5 minutes to get the water out of the faucet in the first place. He ate a few pieces of left-over bread and some scraps of meat. In the street there was no motion, no real motion. A truck, first seeming at rest, moved very slowly. There was no gear in which it could move so slowly. And there was a taxi which crept along, but Charles Vincent had to look at it carefully for some time to be sure that it was in motion. Then he received a shock. He realized by the early morning light that the driver of it was dead. Dead, with his eyes wide open. Slowly as it was going, and by whatever means it was moving, it should really be stopped. He walked over to it, opened the door, and pulled on the brake. Then he looked into the eyes of the dead man. Was he really dead? It was hard to be sure. He felt warm. But even as Vincent looked, the eyes of the dead man had begun to close. And close they did, and open again, in a matter of about 20 seconds. This was weird. The slowly closing and opening eyes sent a chill through Vincent, and the dead man had begun to lean forward in his seat. Vincent put a hand in the middle of the man's chest to hold him upright, but he found the forward pressure as relentless as it was slow. He was unable to keep the dead man up. So he let him go, watching curiously, and in a few seconds the driver's face was against the wheel. But it was almost as if it had no intention of stopping there. It pressed into the wheel with dogged force. He would surely break his face. Vincent took several holds on the dead man and counteracted the pressure somewhat. Yet the face was being damaged, and if things were normal, blood would have flowed. The man had been dead so long, however, that, though he was still warm, his blood must have congealed, for it was fully 2 minutes before it began to ooze. "Whatever I have done enough damage," said Vincent. "And in whatever nightmare I am in, I am likely to do further harm if I meddle more. I had better leave it alone." He walked on down the morning street. Yet whatever vehicles he saw were moving with an incredible slowness, as though driven by some fantastic gear reduction. And there were people here and there frozen solid. It was a chilly morning, but it was not that cold. They were immobile in positions of motion, as though they were playing the children's game of statues. "How is it," said Charles Vincent, "that this young girl, who I believe works across the street from us, should have died standing up and in full stride? But no, she is not dead. Or if so, she died with a very alert expression. And, oh my God, she's doing it too!" for he realized that the eyes of the girl were closing, and in the space of no more than a quarter of a second they had completed their cycle and were open again. Also, and this was even stranger, she had moved forward in full stride. He would have timed her if he could, but how could he when all the clocks were crazy? Yet she must have been taking about 2 steps a minute. He went into the cafeteria. The early morning crowd that he had often watched through the windows was there. The girl who made flapjacks in the window had just flipped one, and it hung in the air. Then it floated over as if caught by a slight breeze, and sank slowly down as if settling in water. The breakfasters, like the people in the street, were all dead in this new way, moving with almost imperceptible motion. And all had apparently died in the act of drinking coffee, eating eggs, or munching toast. And if there were only time enough, there was even a chance that they would get the drinking, eating, and munching done with, for there was the shadow of movement in them all. The cashier had the register drawer open and money in her hand, and the hand of the customer was outstretched for it. In time, somewhere in the new leisurely time, the hands would come together and the change be given. And so it happened. It may have been a minute and a half, or 2 minutes, or 2½ It is always hard to judge time, and now it had become all but impossible. "I am still hungry," said Charles Vincent, "but it would be foolhardy to wait for service here. Should I help myself? They will not mind if they are dead. And if they are not dead, in any case it seems that I am invisible to them." He wolfed several rolls. He opened a bottle of milk and held it upside down over his glass while he ate another roll. Liquids had all become perversely slow. But he felt better for his erratic breakfast. He would have paid for it, but how? He left the cafeteria and walked about the town, as it seemed still to be quite early, though one could depend on neither sun nor clock for the time any more. The traffic lights were unchanging. He sat for a long time in a little park and watched the town and the big clock in the Commerce Building tower, but like all the clocks it was either stopped, or the hand would creep too slowly to be seen. It must have been just about an hour till the traffic lights changed, but change they did at last. By picking a point on the building across the street and watching what moved past it, he found that the traffic did indeed move. In a minute or so the entire length of a car would pass the given point. He had, he recalled, been very far behind in his work, and it had been worrying him. He decided to go to the office, early as it was, or seemed to be. He let himself in. Nobody else was there. He resolved not to look at the clock, and to be very careful of the way he handled all objects, because of his new propensity for breaking things. This considered, all seemed normal there. He had said the day before that he could hardly catch up on his work if he put in 2 days solid. He now resolved at least to work steadily until something happened, whatever it was. For hour after hour he worked on his tabulations and reports. Nobody else had arrived. Could something be wrong? Certainly something was wrong. But this was not a holiday. That was not it. Just how long can a stubborn and mystified man plug away at his task? It was hour after hour after hour. He did not become hungry, nor particularly tired, and he did get through a lot of work. It must be half done. However it has happened, I have caught up on at least a day's work. I will keep on. He must have continued silently for another 8 or 10 hours. He was caught up completely on his back work. Well, to some extent I can work into the future. I can head up and carry over. I can put in everything but the figures of the field reports. And he did so. It will be hard to bury me in work again. I could almost coast for a day. I don't even know what day it is, But I must have worked 20 hours straight through, and nobody has arrived. Perhaps nobody ever will arrive. If they are moving with the speed of the people in the nightmare outside, it is no wonder they have not arrived. He put his head down on his arms on the desk. The last thing he saw before he closed his eyes was the misshapen left thumb that he had always tried to conceal a little by the way he handled his hands. "At least I know that I am still myself. I'd know myself anywhere by that." Then he went to sleep at his desk. Jenny came in with a quick click, click, click of high heels, and he wakened to the noise. "What are you doing dozing at your desk, Mr. Vincent? Have you been here all night?" "I don't know, Jenny. Honestly, I don't." "I was only teasing. Sometimes when I get here a little early I take a cat nap myself." The clock said 6 minutes till 8, and the second hand was sweeping normally. Time had returned to the world, or to him. But had all that early morning of his been a dream? Then it had been a very efficient dream. He had accomplished work that he could hardly have done in 2 days, and it was the same day that it was supposed to be. He went to the water fountain. The water now behaved normally. He went to the window. The traffic was behaving as it should. Though sometimes slow and sometimes snarled, yet it was in the pace of the regular world. The other workers arrived. They were not balls of fire, but neither was it necessary to observe them for several minutes to be sure they weren't dead. "It did have its advantages," Charles Vincent said. "I would be afraid to live with it permanently, but it would be handy to go into for a few minutes a day, and accomplish the business of hours. I may be a case for the doctor, but just how would I go about telling a doctor what was bothering me?" Now it had surely been less than 2 hours from his first rising till the time that he wakened to the noise of Jenny from his second sleep. And how long that second sleep had been, or in which time enclave, he had no idea. But how account for it all? He had spent a long while in his own rooms, much longer than ordinary in his confusion. He had walked the city mile after mile in his puzzlement, and he had sat in the little park for hours and studied the situation. And he had worked at his own desk for an outlandish long time. Well, he would go to the doctor. A man is obliged to refrain from making a fool of himself to the world at large, but to his own lawyer, his priest, or his doctor, he will sometimes have to come as a fool. By their callings they are restrained from scoffing openly. Dr. Mason was not particularly a friend. Charles Vincent realized with some unease that he did not have any particular friends, only acquaintances and associates. It was as though he were of a species slightly apart from his fellows. He wished now a little that he had a particular friend. But Dr. Mason was an acquaintance of some years, had the reputation of being a good doctor, and besides, Vincent had now arrived at his office and been shown in. He would either have to— well, that was as good a beginning as any. "Doctor, I am in a predicament. I will either have to invent some symptoms to account for my visit here, or make an excuse and bolt, or tell you what is bothering me, even though you will think I am a new sort of idiot. Vincent, every day people invent symptoms to cover their visits here, and I know that they have lost their nerve about the real reason for coming. And every day people do make excuses and bolt. But experience tells me that I will get a larger fee if you tackle the third alternative. And, Vincent, there is no new sort of idiot." Vincent said, "It may not sound so silly if I tell it quickly. I woke this morning to some very puzzling incidents. It seemed that time itself had stopped, or that the whole world had gone into super slow motion. The water would neither flow nor boil, and fire would not heat food. The clocks, which I first believed had stopped, crept along at perhaps a minute an hour. The people I met in the streets appeared dead, frozen in lifelike attitudes, and it was only by watching them for a very long time that I perceived that they did indeed have motion. One car I saw creeping slower than the most backward snail, and a dead man at the wheel of it. I went to it, opened the door, and put on the brake. I realized after a time that the man was not dead. But he bent forward and broke his face on the steering wheel. It must have taken a full minute for his head to travel no more than 10 inches, yet I was unable to prevent his hitting the wheel. I then did other bizarre things in a world that had died on its feet. I walked many miles through the city, and then I sat for hours in the park. I went to the office and let myself in. I accomplished work that must have taken me 20 hours. I then took a nap at my desk. When I awoke on the arrival of the others, it was 6 minutes to 8 in the morning of the same day, today. Not 2 hours had passed from my rising, and time was back to normal. But the things that happened in that time could never be compressed into 2 hours. One question first, Vincent. Did you actually accomplish the work of many hours? I did. It was done, and done in that time. It did not become undone on the return of time to normal. A second question. Had you been worried about your work? About being behind? Yes, emphatically. Then here is one explanation. You retired last night, but very shortly afterward you arose in a state of somnambulism. There are facets of sleepwalking which we do not at all understand. The time out of focus interludes were parts of a walking dream of yours. You dressed and went to your office and worked all night. It is possible to do routine tasks in a somnambulistic state rapidly and even feverishly, with an intense concentration, to perform prodigies. You may have fallen into a normal sleep there when you had finished, or you may have been awakened directly from your somnambulistic trance on the arrival of your co-workers. There, that is a plausible and workable explanation. In the case of an apparently bizarre happening, it is always well to have a rational explanation to fall back on. They will usually satisfy a patient and put his mind at rest, but often they do not satisfy me. Your explanation very nearly satisfies me, Dr. Mason, and it does put my mind considerably at rest. I am sure that in a short while I will be able to accept it completely. But why does it not satisfy you? One reason is a man I treated early this morning. He had his face smashed, and he had seen, or almost seen, a ghost. A ghost of incredible swiftness that was more sensed than seen. The ghost opened the door of his car while it was going at full speed, jerked on the brake, and caused him to crack his head. This man was dazed and had a slight concussion. I have convinced him that he did not see any ghost at all, that he must have dozed at the wheel and run into something. As I say, I am harder to convince than my patients, but it may have been coincidence. I hope so. But you also seem to have another reservation. After quite a few years in practice, I seldom see or hear anything new. Twice before I have been told a happening or a dream on the line of what you experienced. Did you convince your patients that it was only a dream? I did, both of them. That is, I convinced them the first few times it happened to them. Were they satisfied? At first. Later, not entirely. But they both died within a year of their first coming to me. Nothing violent, I hope. Both had the gentlest deaths, that of senility extreme. "Oh, well, I'm too young for that." "I would like you to come back in a month or so." "I will, if the delusion or the dream returns, or if I do not feel well." After this, Charles Vincent began to forget about the incident. He only recalled it with humour sometimes when again he was behind in his work. "Well, if it gets bad enough, I may do another sleep-walking act and catch up. But if there is another aspect of time, and I could enter it at will, it might often be handy." Charles Vincent never saw his face at all. It is very dark in some of those clubs, and the coq bleu is like the inside of a tomb. He went to the clubs only about once a month, sometimes after a show, when he did not want to go home to bed, sometimes when he was just plain restless. Citizens of the more fortunate states may not know of the mysteries of the clubs. In Vincent's, the only bars are beer bars, and only in the clubs can a person get a drink, and only members are admitted. It is true that even such a small club as the Coq Bleu had 30,000 members, and at $1 a year that is a nice sideline. The little numbered membership cards cost a penny each for the printing, and the member wrote in his own name, but he had to have a card, or $1 for a card, to gain admittance. But there could be no entertainments in the clubs. There was nothing there but the little bar-room in the near darkness. The man was there, and then he was not, and then he was there again, and always where he sat it was too dark to see his face. "I wonder," he said to Vincent, or to the bar at large, though there were no other customers and the bartender was asleep, "I wonder if you have ever read Zurbarin on the relationship of extra-digitalism to genius?" "I have never heard of the work nor of the man," said Vincent. "I doubt if either exists." "I am Zurbarin," said the man. Vincent hid his misshapen left thumb. Yet it could not have been noticed in that light, and he must have been crazy to believe there was any connection between it and the man's remark. It was not truly a double thumb. He was not an extra-digital, nor was he a genius. "I refuse to become interested in you," said Vincent. "I am on the verge of leaving. I dislike waking the bartender, but I did want another drink." "Sooner done than said." "What is?" "Your glass is full." "It is?" "So it is. Is it a trick?" "Trick is the name for anything either too frivolous or too mystifying for us to comprehend. But on one long, early morning of a month ago, you also could have done the trick, and nearly as well." "Could I have? How would you know about my long, early morning, assuming there to have been such?" "I watched you for a while. Few others have the equipment to watch you with when you're in the aspect." So they were silent for some time, and Vincent watched the clock and was ready to go. "I wonder," said the man in the dark, "if you have read Schimmelpenninck on the Sexagintal and the Duodecimal in the Chaldee mysteries?" "I have not, and I doubt if anyone else has. I would guess that you are also Schimmelpenninck, and that you have just made up the name on the spur of the moment." "I am Schim, it is true, but I made up the name on the spur of a moment many years ago." "I'm a little bored with you," said Vincent, "but I would appreciate it if you'd do your glass-filling trick once more." "I have just done so." "And you are not bored. You are frightened." "Of what?" asked Vincent, whose glass was, in fact, full again. "Of re-entering a dread that you are not sure was a dream. But there are advantages to being both invisible and inaudible." "Can you be invisible? Was I not, when I went behind the bar just now and fixed you a drink?" "How?" "A man in full stride goes at the rate of about 5 miles an hour. Multiply that by 60, which is the number of time." When I leave my stool and go behind the bar, I go and return at the rate of 300 miles an hour, so I am invisible to you, particularly if I move while you blink. One thing does not match. You might have got around there and back, but you could not have poured. Shall I say that mastery over liquids is not given to beginners, but for us there are many ways to outwit the slowness of matter. I believe that you are a hoaxer. Do you know Dr. Mason? I know that you went to see him. I know of his futile attempts to penetrate a certain mystery, but I have not talked to him of you. I still believe that you are a phony. Could you put me back into the state of my dream of a month ago? It was not a dream, but I could put you again into that state. Prove it. Watch the clock. Do you believe that I can point my finger at it and stop it for you? It is already stopped for me. No, I don't believe it. Yes, I guess I have to, since I see that you have just done it. But it may be another trick. I don't know where the clock is plugged in. Neither do I. Come to the door. Look at every clock you can see. Are they not all stopped? Yes. Maybe the power has gone off all over town. You know it has not. There are still lighted windows in those buildings, though it is quite late. Why are you playing with me? I am neither on the inside nor the outside. Either tell me the secret or say that you will not tell me. The secret isn't a simple one. It can only be arrived at after all philosophy and learning have been assimilated. One man cannot arrive at that in one lifetime. Not in an ordinary lifetime. But the secret of the secret, if I may put it that way, is that one must use part of it as a tool in learning. You could not learn all in one lifetime, but being permitted the first step, to be able to read, say, 60 books in the time it took you to read one, to pause for a minute in thought and use up only 1 second, to get a day's work accomplished in 8 minutes and so have time for other things, by such ways one may make a beginning. I will warn you, though, even for the most intelligent, it is a race. A race? What race? It is a race between success, which is life, and failure, which is death. Let's skip the melodrama. How do I get into the state and out of it? Oh, that is simple. So easy that it seems like a gadget. Here are 2 diagrams I will draw. Note them carefully. This first. Envision it in your mind, and you are in the state. Now this second one, envision, and you are out of it. That easy. That deceptively easy. The trick is to learn why it works, if you want to succeed, meaning to live. So Charles Vincent left him and went home, walking the mile in a little less than 15 normal seconds. But he still had not seen the face of the man. There are advantages, intellectual, monetary, and amorous, in being able to enter the accelerated state at will. It is a fox game. One must be careful not to be caught at it, nor to break or harm that which is in the normal state. Vincent could always find 8 or 10 minutes unobserved to accomplish the day's work, and a 15-minute coffee break could turn into a 15-hour romp around the town. There was this boyish pleasure in becoming a ghost, to appear and stand motionless in front of an onrushing train, and to cause the scream of the whistle, and to be in no danger, being able to move 5 or 10 times as fast as the train. To enter and to sit suddenly in the middle of a select group and see them stare, and then disappear from the middle of them. To interfere in sports and games, entering a prize ring and tripping, hampering, or slugging the unliked fighter. to blue shot down the hockey ice, skating at 1,500 miles an hour, and scoring dozens of goals at either end, while the people only know that something odd is happening. There was pleasure in being able to shatter windows by chanting little songs, for the voice, when in the state, will be to the world at 60 times its regular pitch, though normal to oneself. And for this reason also he was inaudible to others. There was fun in petty thieving and tricks. He would take a wallet from a man's pocket and be 2 blocks away when the victim turned at the feel. He would come back and stuff it into the man's mouth as he bleated to a policeman. He would come into the home of a lady writing a letter, snatch up the paper and write 3 lines, and vanish before the scream got out of her throat. He would take food off forks, put baby turtles and live fish into bowls of soup between spoonfuls of the eater. He would lash the hands of handshakers tightly together with stout cord. He unzippered persons of both sexes when they were at their most pompous. He changed cards from one player's hand to another's. He removed golf balls from tees during the backswing, and left notes written large, "You missed me," pinned to the ground with the tee. Or he shaved moustaches and heads. Returning repeatedly to one woman he disliked, he gradually clipped her bald and finally gilded her pate. With tellers counting their money he interfered outrageously and enriched himself. He snipped cigarettes in 2 with a scissors and blew out matches, so that one frustrated man broke down and cried at his inability to get a light. He removed the weapons from the holsters of policemen and put cat pistols and water guns in their places. He unclipped the leashes of dogs and substituted little toy dogs rolling on wheels. He put frogs in water glasses and left lighted firecrackers on bridge tables. He reset wrist-watches on wrists and played pranks in men's rooms. "I was always a boy at heart," said Charles Vincent. Also, during the first few days of the controlled new state, he established himself materially, acquiring wealth by devious ways, and opening bank accounts in various cities under various names, against a time of possible need. Nor did he ever feel any shame for the tricks he played on unaccelerated humanity. For the people, when he was in the state, were as statues to him, hardly living, barely moving, unseeing, unhearing. And it is no shame to show disrespect to such comical statues. And also, and again because he was a boy at heart, he had fun with the girls. "I am one mass of black and blue marks," said Jenny one day. "My lips are sore and my front teeth feel loosened. I don't know what in the world is the matter with me." Yet he had not meant to bruise or harm her. He was rather fond of her, and he resolved to be much more careful. Yet it was fun, when he was in the state and invisible to her because of his speed, to kiss her here and there in out-of-the-way places. She made a nice statue, and it was good sport. And there were others. "You look older," said one of his co-workers one day. "Are you taking care of yourself? Are you worried?" "I am not," said Vincent. "I never felt better or happier in my life." But now there was time for so many things. Time, in fact, for everything. There was no reason why he could not master anything in the world, when he could take off for 15 minutes and gain 15 hours. Vincent was a rapid but careful reader. He could now read from 120 to 200 books in an evening and night, and he slept in the accelerated state, and could get a full night's sleep in 8 minutes. He first acquired a knowledge of languages. A quite extensive reading knowledge of a language can be acquired in 300 hours world time, or 300 minutes, 5 hours accelerated time. And if one takes the tongues in order, from the most familiar to the most remote, there is no real difficulty. He acquired 50 for a starter, and could always add any other any evening that he found he had a need for it. And at the same time he began to assemble and consolidate knowledge. Of literature, properly speaking, there are no more than 10,000 books that are really worth reading and falling in love with. These were gone through with high pleasure, and 2,000 or 3,000 of them were important enough to be reserved for future re-reading. History, however, is very uneven, and it is necessary to read texts and sources that for form are not worth reading, and the same with philosophy. Mathematics and science, pure or physical, could not, of course, be covered with the same speed. Yet, with time available, all could be mastered. There is no concept ever expressed by any human mind that cannot be comprehended by any other normal human mind, if time is available, and it is taken in the proper order and context, and with the proper preparatory work. And often, and now more often, Vincent felt that he was touching the fingers of the secret, and always, when he came near it, it had a little bit the smell of the pit. For he had pegged out all the main points of the history of man, or rather most of the tenable, or at least possible, theories of the history of man. It was hard to hold the main line of it, that double road of rationality and revelation that should lead always to a fuller and fuller development. Not the fetish of progress, that toy word used only by toy people. To an unfolding and growth and perfectibility. But the main line was often obscure and all but obliterated, and traced through fog and miasma. He had accepted the fall of man and the redemption as the cardinal points of history, but he understood now that neither happened only once, that both were of constant occurrence, that there was a hand reaching up from that old pit with its shadow over man. And he had come to picture that hand in his dreams, for his dreams were especially vivid when in the state, as a 6-digited monster reaching out. He began to realize that the thing he was caught in was dangerous and deadly. Very dangerous, very deadly. One of the weird books that he often returned to, and which continually puzzled him, was The Relationship of Extra-Digitalism to Genius, written by the man whose face he had never seen, in one of his manifestations. It promised more than it delivered, and it intimated more than it said. Its theory was tedious and tenuous, bolstered with undigested mountains of doubtful data. It left him unconvinced that persons of genius, even if it could be agreed who or what they were, had often the oddity of extra fingers and toes, or the vestiges of them. And it puzzled him what possible difference it could make. Yet there were hints here of a Corsican who commonly kept a hand hidden, or an earlier and more bizarre commander who wore always a mailed glove, of another man with a glove between the two, hints that the multiplex adept, Leonardo himself, who sometimes drew the hands of men and often those of monsters with 6 fingers, may himself have had the touch. There was a comment of Caesar, not conclusive, to the same effect. It is known that Alexander had a minor peculiarity. It is not known what it was. This man made it seem that this was it. And it was averred of Gregory and Augustine, of Benedict and Albert and Aquinas, yet a man with a deformity could not enter the priesthood. If they had it, it must have been in vestigial form. There were cases for Charles Magnus and Mahmud, for Saladin the horseman and for Akhenaten the king. For Homer, a Seleucid Greek statuette shows him with 6 fingers, strumming an unidentified instrument while reciting. For Pythagoras, for Buonarroti, Santi, Theotokopoulos, Van Rijn, robusti. Zurbarin catalogued 8,000 names. He maintained that they were geniuses, and that they were extra-digitals. Charles Vincent grinned and looked down at his misshapen or double thumb. "At least I am in good, though monotonous, company. But what, in the name of triple time, is he driving at?" And it was not long afterward that Vincent was examining cuneiform tablets in the State Museum. These were a broken and not continuous series on the theory of numbers, tolerably legible to the now encyclopedic Charles Vincent, and the series read, in part, "On the divergence of the basis itself and the confusion caused, for it is 5, or it is 6, or 10, or 12, or 60, or 100, or 360, or the double hundred, the thousand. The reason, not clearly understood by the people, is that 6 and the dozen are first, and 60 is a compromise in condescending to the people. For the 5, the 10 are late, and are no older than the people themselves. It is said and credited that people began to count by 5s and 10s from the number of fingers on their hands. But before the people, by the reason that they had counted by 6s and 12s. But 60 is the number of time, divisible by both, for both must live together in time, though not on the same plane of time." Much of the rest was scattered, and it was while trying to set the hundreds of unordered clay tablets in proper sequence that Charles Vincent created the legend of the ghost in the museum. For he spent his multi-hundred-hour nights there studying and classifying. Naturally he could not work without light, and naturally he could be seen when he sat still at his studies. But as the slow-moving guards attempted to close in on him, he would move to avoid them, and his speed made him invisible to them. They were a nuisance, and had to be discouraged. He belaboured them soundly, and they became less eager to try to capture him. His only fear was that they would sometime try to shoot him to see if he were ghost or human. He could avoid a seen shot, which would come at no more than 2½ times his own greatest speed, but an unperceived shot could penetrate dangerously, even fatally, before he twisted away from it. He had fathered legends of other ghosts, that of the Central Library, that of University Library, that of the John Charles Underwood, Jr. Technical Library. This plurality of ghosts tended to cancel out each other and bring believers into ridicule. Even those who had seen him as a ghost did not admit that they believed in the ghosts. He went back to Dr. Mason for his monthly check-up. "You look terrible," said the doctor. "Whatever it is, you have changed. If you can afford it, you should take a long rest." "I have the means," said Charles Vincent, "and that is just what I will do. I'll take a rest for a year or two." He had begun to begrudge the time that he must spend at the world's pace. From now on he was regarded as a recluse. He was silent and unsociable, for he found it a nuisance to come back to the common state to engage in conversation, and in his special state voices were too slow-pitched to intrude into his consciousness, except that of the man whose face he had never seen. "You are making very tardy progress," said the man. Once more they were in a dark club. "Those who do not show more progress we cannot use. After all, you are only a vestigial. It is probable that you have very little of the ancient race in you. Fortunately, those who do not show progress destroy themselves. You had not imagined that there were only 2 phases of time, had you?" "Lately I have come to suspect that there are many more," said Charles Vincent. "And you understand that only one step cannot succeed?" I understand that the life I have been living is in direct violation of all that we know of the laws of mass, momentum, and acceleration, as well as those of conservation of energy, the potential of the human person, the moral compensation, the golden mean, and the capacity of human organs. I know that I cannot multiply energy and experience 60 times without a compensating increase of food intake, and yet I do it. I know that I cannot live on 8 minutes' sleep in 24 hours, but I do that also. I know that I cannot reasonably crowd 4,000 years of experience into one lifetime, yet unreasonably I do not see what will prevent it. But you say I will destroy myself. Those who take only the first step destroy themselves. And how does one take the second step? At the proper moment you will be given the choice. I have the most uncanny feeling that I will refuse the choice. From present indications you will refuse it. You are fastidious. You have a smell about you, old man without a face. I know now what it is. It is the smell of the pit. Are you so slow to learn that? It is the mud from the pit, the same from which the clay tablets were formed, from the old land between the rivers. I've dreamed of the six-fingered hand reaching up from the pit and overshadowing us all. And I have read, the people first counted by 5s and 10s from the number of fingers on their hands, but before the people, for the reason that they had, counted by 6s and 12s. But time has left blanks in those tablets. Yes, time in one of its manifestations has deftly and with a purpose left those blanks. I cannot discover the name of the thing that goes in one of those blanks. Can you? I am part of the name that goes into one of those blanks. And you are the man without a face. But why is it that you overshadow and control people, and to what purpose? It will be long before you know those answers. When the choice comes to me, it will bear very careful weighing. After that, a chill descended on the life of Charles Vincent, for all that he still possessed his exceptional powers, and he seldom now indulged in pranks. Except for Jennifer Parkey. It was unusual that he should be drawn to her. He knew her only slightly in the common world, and she was at least 15 years his senior. But now she appealed to him for her youthful qualities, and all his pranks with her were gentle ones. For one thing, this spinster did not frighten, nor did she begin locking her doors, never having bothered about such things before. He would come behind her and stroke her hair, and she would speak out calmly with that sort of quickening in her voice. "Who are you? Why won't you let me see you? You are a friend, aren't you? Are you a man, or are you something else? If you can caress me, why can't you talk to me? Please let me see you. I promise that I won't hurt you." It was as though she could not imagine that anything strange would hurt her. Or again, when he hugged her or kissed her on the nape, she would call, "You must be a little boy, or very like a little boy, whoever you are. You are good not to break my things when you move about. Come here and let me hold you." It is only very good people who have no fear at all of the unknown. When Vincent met Jennifer in the regular world, as he more often now found occasion to do, she looked at him appraisingly, as though she guessed some sort of connection. She said one day, "I know it is an impolite thing to say, but you do not look well at all. Have you been to a doctor?" "Several times. But I think it is my doctor who should go to a doctor. He was always given to peculiar remarks, but now he is becoming a little unsettled." If I were your doctor, I believe I would also become a little unsettled. But you should find out what is wrong. You look terrible." He did not look terrible. He had lost his hair, it is true, but many men lose their hair by 30, though not perhaps as suddenly as he had. He thought of attributing it to the air resistance. After all, when he was in the State he did stride at some 300 miles an hour, and enough of that is likely to blow the hair right off your head. And might that not also be the reason for his worsened complexion, and the tireder look that appeared in his eyes? But he knew that this was nonsense. He felt no more air pressure when in his accelerated state than when in the normal one. He had received his summons. He chose not to answer it. He did not want to be presented with the choice. He had no wish to be one with those of the pit. But he had no intention of giving up the great advantage which he now held over nature. "I will have it both ways," he said. "I am already a contradiction and an impossibility. The proverb was only the early statement of the law of moral compensation. You can't take more out of a basket than it holds. But for a long time I have been in violation of the laws and balances. There is no road without a turning. Those who dance will have to pay the fiddler. Everything that goes up comes down." "But are proverbs really universal laws?" "Certainly. A sound proverb has the force of universal law. It is but another statement of it. But I have contradicted the universal laws. It remains to be seen whether I have contradicted them with impunity. Every action has its reaction. If I refuse to deal with them, I will provoke a strong reaction. The man without a face said that it was always a race between full knowing and destruction. Very well. I will race them for it." They began to persecute him then. He knew that they were in a state as accelerated from his as his was from the normal. To them he was the almost motionless statue, hardly to be told from a dead man. To him they were by their speed both invisible and inaudible. They hurt him and haunted him, but still he would not answer the summons. When the meeting took place it was they who had to come to him, and they materialized there in his room, men without faces. "The choice," said one. "You force us to be so clumsy as to have to voice it. I will have no part of you. You all smell of the pit, of that old mud of the cuneiforms of the land between the rivers, of the people who were before the people. It has endured a long time, and we consider it as enduring for ever. But the garden which was in the neighborhood, do you know how long the garden lasted?" "I don't know." "That all happened in a single day, and before nightfall they were outside. You want to throw in with something more permanent, don't you?" "No, I don't believe I do." "What have you to lose?" "Only my hope of eternity." "But you don't believe in that. No man has ever really believed in eternity." "No man has ever either entirely believed or disbelieved in it," said Charles Vincent. "At least it cannot be proved," said one of the faceless men. "Nothing is proved until it is over with. And in this case, if it is ever over with, then it is disproved. And all that time would one not be tempted to wonder, what if, after all, it ends in the next minute?" "I imagine that if we survive the flesh we will receive some sort of surety," said Vincent. "But you are not sure either of such surviving or receiving. Now we have a very close approximation of eternity. When time is multiplied by itself, and that repeated again and again, does that not approximate eternity?" "I don't believe it does. But I will not be of you. One of you has said that I am too fastidious. So now will you say that you'll destroy me?" "No. We will only let you be destroyed. By yourself you cannot win the race with destruction." After that, Charles Vincent somehow felt more mature. He knew he was not really meant to be a six-fingered thing of the pit. He knew that in some way he would have to pay for every minute and hour that he had gained. But what he had gained he would use to the fullest, and whatever could be accomplished by sheer acquisition of human knowledge he would try to accomplish. And he now startled Dr. Mason by the medical knowledge he had picked up, the while the doctor amused him by the concern he showed for Vincent. For he felt fine. He was perhaps not as active as he had been, but that was only because he had become dubious of aimless activity. He was still the ghost of the libraries and museums, but was puzzled that the published reports intimated that an old ghost had replaced a young one. He now paid his mystic visits to Jennifer Parkey less often, for he was always dismayed to hear her exclaim to him in his ghostly form, "Your touch is so changed. You poor thing. Is there anything at all I can do to help you?" He decided that somehow she was too immature to understand him, though he was still fond of her. He transferred his affections to Mrs. Millie Maltby, a widow at least 30 years his senior. Yet here it was a sort of girlishness in her that appealed to him. She was a woman of sharp wit and real affection, and she also accepted his visitations without fear, following a little initial panic. They played games, writing games, for they communicated by writing. She would scribble a line, then hold the paper up in the air, whence he would cause it to vanish into his sphere. He would return it in half a minute, or half a second by her time, with his retort. He had the advantage of her in time, with greatly more opportunity to think up responses, but she had the advantage over him in natural wit, and was hard to top. They also played checkers, and he often had to retire apart and read a chapter of a book on the art between moves, and even so she often beat him, for native talent is likely to be a match for accumulated law and codified procedure. But to Millie also he was unfaithful in his fashion. Being now interested, he no longer became enamoured or entranced, in a Mrs. Roberts, a great-grandmother who was his elder by at least 50 years. He had read all the data extant on the attraction of the old for the young, but he still could not explain his successive attachments. He decided that these 3 examples were enough to establish a universal law, that a woman is simply not afraid of a ghost, though he touches her and is invisible, and writes her notes without hands. It is possible that amorous spirits have known this for a long time, but Charles Vincent had made the discovery himself independently. When enough knowledge is accumulated on any subject, the pattern will sometimes emerge suddenly, like a form in a picture revealed where before it was not seen. And when enough knowledge is accumulated on all subjects, is there not a chance that a pattern governing all subjects will emerge? Charles Vincent was caught up in one last enthusiasm. On a long vigil, as he consulted source after source and sorted them in his mind, it seemed that the pattern was coming out clearly and simply, for all its amazing complexity of detail. I know everything that they know in the pit, and I know a secret that they do not know. I have not lost the race. I have won it. I can defeat them at the point where they believe themselves invulnerable. If controlled hereafter, we need at least not be controlled by them. It is all falling together now. I have found the final truth, and it is they who have lost the race. I hold the key. I will now be able to enjoy the advantage without paying the ultimate price of defeat and destruction, or of collaboration with them. Now I have only to implement my knowledge, to publish the fact, and one shadow at least will be lifted from mankind. I will do it at once. Well, nearly at once. It is almost dawn in the normal world. I will sit here a very little while and rest. Then I will go out and begin to make contact with the proper persons for the disposition of this thing. But first I will sit here a little while and rest. And he died, quietly in his chair, as he sat there. Dr. Mason made an entry in his private journal. Charles Vincent, a completely authenticated case of premature aging, one of the most clear-cut in all gerontology. This man was known to me for years, and I here aver that as of 1 year ago he was of normal appearance and physical state, and that his chronology is also correct, I having also known his father. I examined the subject during the period of his illness, and there is no question at all of his identity, which has also been established for the record by finger-printing and other means. I aver that Charles Vincent at the age of 30 is dead of old age, having the appearance and organic condition of a man of 90. Then the doctor began to make another note. As in 2 other cases of my own observation, the illness was accompanied by a certain delusion and series of dreams, so nearly identical in the 3 men as to be almost unbelievable. And for the record, and no doubt to the prejudice of my own reputation, I will set down the report of them here. But when Dr. Mason had written that, he thought about it for a while. "No, I will do no such thing," he said, and he struck out the last lines he had written. "It is best to let sleeping dragons lie." And somewhere the faceless men with the smell of the pit on them smiled to themselves in quiet irony. End of The 6 Fingers of Time by R. A. Lafferty. Recording by Ruth Golding. August 2011.
Six Honest Serving Men by Rudyard Kipling. This is recorded to celebrate the 6th anniversary of LibriVox. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. I keep 6 honest serving men. They taught me all I knew. Their names are what and where and when and how and where and who. I send them over land and sea. I send them east and west. But after they have worked for me, I give them all a rest. I let them rest from 9 till 5, for I am busy then, as well as breakfast, lunch and tea, for they are hungry men. But different folk have different views. I know a person small. She keeps 10 million serving men who get no rest at all. She sends 'em abroad on her own affairs from the second she opens her eyes. 1 million hows, 2 million wheres, and 7 million whys. End of 6 Honest Serving Men by Rudyard Kipling. Read by Sudone Vox.
Six Jours by Albertine Clément Emery. This is recorded to celebrate the 6th anniversary of LibriVox. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Chant premier, introduction. À Coralie. Les souvenirs forment la mythologie des cœurs sensibles. La première fois que je te vis, je sentis naître dans mon âme une subite et vive flamme. Je crois même que je pâlis. Mon sang courait de veine en veine, je ne respirais qu'avec peine. Tu me regardas, je rougis. Le lendemain fut autre chose. Je vis sur tes lèvres de rose le plus agréable souris. Osant presque être téméraire, je m'approchai de toi, ma chère. Tu lus dans mes yeux attendris une pure et sincère ivresse. Tu jugeas ma délicatesse, et tout près de toi, je m'assis. Tu me parlas. Qu'il t'en souvienne. Ma main osa presser la tienne, je balbutiai, je frémis. 8 jours après, j'osai t'écrire ce que je n'osais pas te dire. Ton cœur ne parut pas surpris. Bientôt tu daignas me promettre de répondre un jour à ma lettre. 1 mois entier je l'attendis. Pendant ce temps, ton âme émue s'agitait souvent à ma vue. Grâce à l'amour tu te trahis, et tu me dis enfin je t'aime. Divine moitié de moi-même, toi que pour jamais je chéris, te rappelles-tu mon délire? Je pleurais, je riais sans rire, mes sens étaient anéantis. Lorsque je revins à la vie, je t'appelai ma seule amie, entre mes bras je t'étreignis. Ma sincérité, ma constance me valurent ta confiance, un doux baiser en fut le prix. Depuis cet instant mon ivresse n'a fait qu'accroître ma tendresse et le bonheur dont je jouis. Chant deuxième. La demande. Le bonheur est un rayon du soleil que la moindre ombre peut intercepter. Confucius. Tu m'as promis un doux gage d'amour. T'en souviens-tu, mon adorable ami? C'était le lendemain du jour où ton aveu me fit chérir la vie, où tu daignas m'accorder un baiser, où... Souviens-toi de mon ivresse. Tu ne pourrais me refuser une preuve de ta tendresse sans outrager le sentiment dont l'Éternel accueillit le serment. De ta soyeuse et blonde chevelure, daigne détacher un anneau. Il restera, je te le jure, sur mon cœur jusques au tombeau. Ce don est, j'en conviens, une faveur extrême. C'est un prix qui n'est dû qu'à l'amour. Mais que peut-on refuser quand on aime et qu'on est payé de retour? Chant troisième. Le refus. Tout paraît prophétique aux malheureux. La douleur est superstitieuse. Vicomte d'Ablaincourt. L'ai-je bien entendu, Coralie? Tu refuses le prix du plus ardent amour? Sans craindre m'outrager, tu te plains, tu m'accuses. Tendre et coquette tour à tour, tu m'enivres d'espoir, tu déchires mon âme, tu veux et ne veux pas, tu grondes, tu souris. Ton regard enchanteur augmente encore ma flamme, et bientôt tu m'anéantis par un cruel refus, par une raillerie. Coralie, dis-moi, m'aimes-tu? Tu connais mon idolâtrie. Croirais-tu prouver la vertu en feignant de la défiance, en me privant d'un don pour moi si précieux? Souviens-toi qu'en amour on ne peut être heureux sans une entière confiance. Je te supplie encore de vouloir bien m'accorder ce don auquel je tiens beaucoup plus qu'à la vie. De grâce, daigne me céder, n'excite pas ma jalousie, ne brise pas un cœur tout plein de toi, tu déchirerais ton image. Si tu méprises mon hommage, pourquoi donc m'engager ta foi? Ne serais-tu qu'une perfide? Nembrassas tu mon cœur qu'afin de le trahir? Dis-moi quel sentiment te guide et s'il faut vivre ou mourir. Chant quatrième. Le dépit. Croire être haï de ce qu'on aime est une douleur plus insupportable que d'en pleurer la mort. Madame de Tencin. Non, Coralie, tu n'aimes pas. Ne m'abuse plus, je te prie. Tout en admirant tes appas, depuis hier je t'apprécie. Je ne crois pas que la pudeur ait dicté ton refus étrange. Tu n'es qu'un démon imposteur sous les traits célestes d'un ange. Grâce à toi mes yeux sont ouverts. Tu m'as fait verser bien des larmes. Trompe si tu veux l'univers, je ne redoute plus tes charmes. À ton sourire, à ton regard, j'opposerai la perfidie. À ton esprit, don du hasard, ton insigne coquetterie, ton doux parler si séducteur comme celui de la sirène, ne fera plus battre mon cœur. Sois tant qu'il te plaît inhumaine, ton empire est enfin détruit. ton refus a brisé ma chaîne, je renonce à l'amour maudit et lui voue à jamais ma haine. Le temps de toi me vengera, tu cesseras d'être jolie, à ton tour on te trompera, le chagrin brisera ta vie et les pleurs que tu verseras exciteront la raillerie. Alors tu me regretteras. Souvent dans ta douleur amère, en gémissant tu te diras: sa flamme était pure, sincère, j'ai méprisé son tendre amour. Aujourd'hui j'en suis bien punie, j'aime sans espoir de retour, j'accorde tout, je suis trahie. Gaiement j'ai déchiré le cœur où je régnais en souveraine, en refusant une faveur que je prodiguerais sans peine si l'on m'en imposait la loi. Je sens toute mon injustice, j'ai faussé mes serments, ma foi, pour n'écouter que le caprice et flétrir un cœur tout à moi. Chant cinquième. La rupture. L'illusion n'est pas à l'usage du malheureux. Mademoiselle de Lespinasse. Reprenez ces écrits trompeurs, lisez-les, jugez-vous vous-même. Allez prodiguer vos faveurs à cet Adonis au teint blême. Je ne suis pas jaloux, il est tout aussi faux que vous. Mes billets, conservez-les tous, je ne rougis que de l'adresse. Mais ils vous prouveront un jour que mon cœur, exempt d'artifice, pour vous était rempli d'amour. Ils deviendront votre supplice lorsque, trahi à votre tour, vous comprendrez votre injustice. En cessant de vous estimer, ne redoutez pas ma vengeance. Celle que j'ai su tant aimer est à l'abri de toute offense. Près de vous, je crus au bonheur. Je n'ai caressé qu'une erreur. Le souvenir m'en plaît encore. Je vous croyais de la candeur. Votre esprit séduisait mon cœur. Ces qualités dont on décore les nobles habitants des cieux, vous les possédiez à mes yeux. Coralie, Dieu, qu'allais-je dire? Je vous déteste, c'est certain. Ne croyez pas que je soupire. Vous me rappelleriez en vain. Mais cachez-moi votre sourire. Chant sixième. Le rendez-vous. La douleur qui se plaint goûte encore du plaisir. Vous m'attendez? Espérez-vous encore voir à vos pieds un esclave soumis? Tu le sais trop à quel point je t'adore, de mes tourments ingrates tu jouis. Je n'irai pas. Je redoute tes charmes et de tes yeux l'invincible pouvoir. Ai-je bien vu? Sur ton billet des larmes? Toi, Coralie? Je suis au désespoir. Toi pleurer, toi? Serais-je donc coupable? Explique-toi, n'ai-je pas un rival? Et ce refus à mon cœur si fatal, peux-tu, dis-moi, me le rendre excusable? Combien le temps s'écoule lentement? 1 heure encore pour te voir, pour t'entendre. Nous serons seuls, tu m'en fais le serment. Tu veux, dis-tu, me pardonner, me rendre tous ces écrits que mon cœur a dictés, ces doux aveux de l'amour le plus tendre, et que déjà j'avais tant regrettés. Ma Coralie, je tremble, je m'afflige. Est-il bien vrai que ton cœur soit à moi? Tant de bonheur n'est-il pas un prestige? Je suis ému de plaisir et d'effroi. J'ai tant souffert, mon adorable ami. Je t'aime tant. Et j'ai douté de toi, j'ai soupçonné ton cœur de perfidie. Ange du ciel, peux-tu me pardonner? Ce crime, hélas, je ne puis l'expier que par l'entier abandon de ma vie. Mais où m'emporte un apparent espoir? Dois-je compter encore sur ta constance? Tu veux, dis-tu, me parler et me voir, prouver mes torts, prouver mon inconstance. Je dois alors craindre de t'aborder et redouter ta haine et ta vengeance. Femme jamais ne pardonne une offense quand c'est à tort qu'on a pu l'offenser. Ma Coralie, quel embarras étrange, je n'irai pas, je crains trop ton courroux. Dans un moment je vole au rendez-vous, que redouter de la bonté d'un ange? Chant septième et dernier. Le raccommodement. Aimer, c'est tout ce que l'imagination peut deviner de la félicité des dieux. Madame du Dessant. Ma Coralie, le souffle de ma vie en te voyant a failli s'exhaler. J'avais des torts. Daigne me pardonner ma tyrannique et sombre jalousie. J'abjure enfin ce sentiment affreux. Pendant 6 jours il déchira mon âme. Ton tendre amour, en cédant à mes vœux, a redoublé mon éternelle flamme. Je suis aimé. Quelle pensée enchanteur! j'ai vu le ciel dans ton charmant sourire. Contre mon cœur a palpité ton cœur. Tu jouissais de mon heureux délire. Ton front brûlant, rougi par un baiser, de mon amour a reflété l'ivresse. Entre mes bras ta pudique tendresse, sans rien donner, mais sans rien refuser, a pu juger de ma délicatesse. Tout mon bonheur était peint dans tes yeux, divine amie, aimable enchanteresse. Ah, laisse-moi caresser tes cheveux. Que mes baisers fassent renaître encore ceux que pour moi ta tendresse a soustraits. Tu les verras dans peu de temps éclore, plus longs, plus doux, plus brillants que jamais. Tu m'as prouvé par ta faveur insigne une bonté qui m'assure ton cœur. De ce bienfait ton amant était digne. Ma Coralie, jouis de mon bonheur. End of Sejour by Albertine Clément Emery. Read by Ezwa in Belgium in July 2011.
"6 O'Clock" by Trumbull Stickney. This is recorded to celebrate the 6th anniversary of LibriVox. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Now burst above the city's cold twilight the piercing whistles and the tower clocks, for day is done. Along the frozen docks the workmen set their ragged shirts aright. Thro' factory doors a stream of dingy light follows the scrimmage as it quickly flocks to hut and home among the snow's gray blocks. I love you, human laborers. Good night. Good night to all the blackened arms that ache. Good night to every sick and sweated brow. To the poor girl that strength and love forsake. To the poor boy who can no more. I vow the victim soon shall shudder at the stake and fall in blood. We bring him even now. End of 6 O'Clock by Trumbull Stickney. Read by Rhonda Fetterman.
Six Significant Landscapes by Wallace Stevens. From Others, an Anthology of the New Verse, edited by Alfred Kreinborg. This is recorded to celebrate the 6th anniversary of LibriVox. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. 1. An old man sits in the shadow of a pine tree in China. He sees larkspur, blue and white, at the edge of the shadow, move in the wind. His beard moves in the wind. The pine tree moves in the wind. Thus water flows over weeds. 2. The night is of the colour of a woman's arm. Night, the female, obscure, fragrant, and supple, conceals herself. A pool shines like a bracelet shaken in a dance. 3. I measure myself against a tall tree. I find that I am much taller, for I reach right up to the sun with my eye, and I reach to the shore of the sea with my ear. Nevertheless, I dislike the way the ants crawl in and out of my shadow. 4. When my dream was near the moon, the white folds of its gown filled with yellow light. The soles of its feet grew red. Its hair filled with certain blue crystallizations from stars not far off. 5. Not all the knives of the lamp-posts, nor the chisels of the long streets, nor the mallets of the domes and high towers, can carve what one star can carve, shining through the grape leaves. 6. Rationalists wearing square hats think in square rooms. Looking at the floor, looking at the ceiling, they confine themselves to right-angled triangles. If they tried rhomboids, cones, waving lines, ellipses, as, for example, the ellipse of the half moon, rationalists would wear sombreros. End of 6 Significant Landscapes by Wallace Stevens. Recording by Ruth Golding.
The Six Sillies. A traditional story from Hainaut Province, Belgium. Rendered into English by Andrew Lang. This is recorded to celebrate the 6th anniversary of LibriVox. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Once upon a time, there was a young girl who reached the age of 37 without ever having had a lover, for she was so foolish that no one wanted to marry her. One day, however, a young man arrived to pay his addresses to her, and her mother, beaming with joy, sent her daughter down to the cellar to draw a jug of beer. As the girl never came back, the mother went down to see what had become of her, and found her sitting on the stairs, her head in her hands, while by her side the beer was running all over the floor, as she had forgotten to close the tap. "What are you doing there?" asked the mother. "I was thinking what I shall call my first child after I am married to that young man. All the names in the calendar are taken already." The mother sat down on the staircase beside her daughter and said, "I will think about it with you, my dear." The father, who had stayed upstairs with the young man, was surprised that neither the wife nor his daughter came back, and in his turn went down to look for them. He found them both sitting on the stairs, while beside them the beer was running all over the ground from the tap, which was wide open. "What are you doing there? The beer is running all over the cellar." "We were thinking what we should call the children that our daughter will have when she marries that young man. All the names in the calendar are taken already." "Well," said the father, "I will think about it with you." As neither mother nor daughter nor father came upstairs again, the lover grew impatient and went down into the cellar to see what they could all be doing. He found them all three sitting on the stairs, while beside them the beer was running all over the ground from the tap, which was wide open. "What in the world are you all doing that you don't come upstairs, and that you let the beer run all over the cellar?" "Yes, I know, my boy," said the father. "But if you marry our daughter, what shall you call your children? All the names in the calendar are taken." When the young man heard this answer, he replied, "Well, good-bye. I am going away. When I shall have found 3 people sillier than you, I will come back and marry your daughter." So he continued his journey, and after walking a long way he reached an orchard. There he saw some people knocking down walnuts, and trying to throw them into a cart with a fork. "What are you doing there?" he asked. "We want to load the cart with our walnuts, but we can't manage to do it." The lover advised them to get a basket, and to put the walnuts in it, so as to turn them into the cart. "Well," he said to himself, "I have already found some one more foolish than those 3." So he went on his way, and by he came to a wood. There he saw a man who wanted to give his pig some acorns to eat, and was trying with all his might to make him climb up the oak tree. "What are you doing, my good man?" asked he. "I want to make my pig eat some acorns, and I can't get him to go up the tree." "If you were to climb up and shake down the acorns, the pig would pick them up." "Oh, I never thought of that." "Here is the second idiot," said the lover to himself. Some way farther along the road, he came upon a man who had never worn any trousers, and who was trying to put on a pair. So he had fastened them to a tree, and was jumping with all his might up in the air, so that he should hit the 2 legs of the trousers as he came down. "It would be much better if you held them in your hands," said the young man, "and then put your legs one after the other in each hole." "Dear me, to be sure! You are sharper than I am, for that never occurred to me." and having found 3 people more foolish than his bride, or her father, or her mother, the lover went back to marry the young lady, and in course of time they had a great many children. End of The 6 Sillies, by Andrew Lang. Recording by Bob Gonzalez.
The 6 Swans from the Fairy Book by Miss Mullock. This is recorded to celebrate the 6th anniversary of LibriVox. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Once upon a time, a king, hunting in a great forest, chased a wild boar so eagerly that none of his people could follow him. When the evening came, he stopped to look about him and saw that he had lost himself. He sought everywhere for a way out of the wood, but could find none. Then he perceived coming towards him an old woman, whose head kept constantly shaking. She was a witch. "My good woman," he said to her, "cannot you show me the way through the wood?" "Oh, yes, your majesty," answered she. "That I can, but only on one condition, and if you do not agree to it, you will never get out, and must die here of hunger." "What is the condition?" asked the king. "I have an only daughter," said the old woman. "She is as beautiful as any one you could find in the wide world, and well deserves to be your wife. If you will make her your queen, I will show you the way out of the wood." The king, in the fear of his heart, consented, and the old woman led him to her house, where her daughter sat by the fire. She received the king as if she had expected him, and he saw that she was very beautiful. But still she did not please him, and he could not look at her without a secret shudder. After he had lifted up the maiden beside him on his horse, the old woman showed him the way, and the king arrived again at his royal castle, where the wedding was celebrated. He had been married once before, and had by his first wife 7 children, 6 boys and a girl, whom he loved more than anything in the world. But because he was afraid that the stepmother might not treat them well, or might even do them some harm, he took them to a lonely castle which stood in the middle of a wood. It was so hidden, and the road was so difficult to find, that he himself could not have found it if a wise woman had not given him a wonderful skein of thread, which when he threw it down before him unrolled of itself and showed him the way. The king went out so often to his dear children that the queen noticed his absence, and was full of curiosity to know what business took him thus alone to the wood. So she gave his servants a sum of money, and they told her the secret, and also told her of the skein, which was the only thing that could show the way. After that she never rested till she found out where the king kept the skein. Then she made some little white silk shirts, and as she had learned witchcraft from her mother, she sewed a spell into every one of them. And one day when the king was gone out to hunt, she took the little shirts and went into the wood, and the skein showed her the way. The 6 brothers, who saw someone in the distance, thought their dear father was coming and ran to meet him, full of joy. As they approached, the queen threw one of the shirts over each of them, and when the shirt touched their bodies, they were changed into swans, and flew away over the wood. The witch's daughter went home quite happy, and thought she had got rid of all of her stepchildren. But the one little girl had not run out with her brothers, and the queen knew nothing about her. Next day the king came joyfully to visit his children, but he found nobody except the little sister. "Where are your brothers?" asked he. "Oh, dear father," she answered, "they are gone, and they have left me alone." And then she told him all that she had seen out of her window, how her brothers were turned into swans, and had flown away over the wood. She also showed him the feathers which they had dropped into the courtyard, and which she had picked up. The king was grieved, but he never thought that the queen had done this wicked deed. However, because he dreaded lest the little girl would be stolen from him likewise, he wished to take her away with him. But she was afraid of the stepmother, and begged the king to let her stay one night more in the castle in the wood. The poor little girl thought, "I cannot rest here any longer. I will go and look for my brothers." And when the night came, she ran away, and went straight into the wood. She went on all through the night, and the next day too, till she was so tired that she could go no further. Then she saw a little house, and went in, and found a room with 6 little beds. She did not dare to lie down in any, but crept under one of them, laid herself on the hard floor, and meant to pass the night there. But when the sun was just going to set, she heard a rustling, and saw 6 swans come flying in at the window. They sat down on the floor, and blew at one another, and blew all their feathers off, and took off their swans' skins like shirts. Then the little girl saw them, and recognized her brothers, and was very glad, and crept out from under the bed. The brothers were not less rejoiced when they saw their little sister, but their joy did not last long. "You cannot stop here," they said to her. "This is a house belonging to robbers. If they come home and find you, they will kill you." "Cannot you protect me?" asked the little sister. "No," answered they. "We can only take off our swan's skins for 1/4 of an hour every evening, and have our natural shape for that time, but afterwards we are turned into swans again." The little sister cried and said, "Can you not be released?" "Oh, no," they answered, "the conditions are too hard. You must not speak or laugh for 6 years, and must make for us 6 shirts out of stitchweed during that time. If while you are making them a single word comes out of your mouth, all of your work will be of no use." When her brothers had said this, the 1/4 of an hour was over, and they turned into swans again, and flew out of the window. But the little girl made a firm resolution to release her brothers, even if it cost her her life. She left the house, and went into the middle of the wood, and climbed up in a tree and spent the night there. Next morning she got down, collected a quantity of stitchweed, and began to sew. She could not speak to anyone, and she did not want to laugh, so she sat and only looked at her work. When she had been there a long time, it happened that the king of the country was hunting in the wood, and his hunters came to the tree on which the little girl sat. They called to her and said, "Who are you?" But she gave them no answer. "Come down to us," they said. "We will not do you any harm." But she only shook her head. As they kept teasing her with their questions, she threw them down her gold necklace, and thought they would be satisfied with that. But they did not leave off, so she threw her sash down to them. And as that was no good, she threw down her garters, and at last everything she had on and could spare, so that she had nothing left but her shift. But the hunters would not be sent away, and climbed up the tree and brought down the little girl and took her to the king. The king asked, "Who are you? What were you doing up in the tree?" But she did not answer. He asked in all the languages that he knew, but she remained as dumb as a fish. But because she was so beautiful, the king's heart was moved, and he fell deeply in love with her. He wrapped his cloak round her, took her before him on his horse, and brought her to his castle. Then he had her dressed in rich clothes, and she shone in her beauty like bright sunshine. But they could not get a word out of her. He set her by him at the table, and her modest look and proper behavior pleased him so much that he said, "I will marry her and no one else in the world." And after a few days he was married to her. But the king had a wicked mother, who was not pleased with this marriage, and spoke ill of the young queen. "Who knows where this girl comes from?" she said. "She cannot speak. She is not good enough for a king." A year after, when the queen brought her first child into the world, the old mother took it away and smeared her mouth with blood while she was asleep. Then she went to the king and accused her of eating her child. The king would not believe it, and would not let anyone do her any harm. And she always sat and sewed the shirts, and took no notice of anything else. Next time, when she had another beautiful baby, the wicked stepmother did the same as before. but the king could not resolve to believe what she said. He said, "My wife is too pious and good to do such a thing. If she were not dumb, and if she could defend herself, her innocence would be made clear." But when for the third time the old woman took away the new-born child and accused the queen, who could not say a word in her own defence, the king could not help himself. He was forced to give her up to the court of justice, and she was condemned to suffer death by fire. When the day came upon which the sentence was to be executed, it was exactly the last day of the 6 years, in which she might not speak or laugh, and she had freed her dear brothers from the power of the spell. The 6 little shirts were finished, except that on the last one a sleeve was wanting. When she came to the place of execution, she laid the shirts on her arm, and when she stood at the stake, and the fire was just going to be lit, she looked round, and there came 6 swans flying through the air. Then her heart leapt with joy, for she saw her deliverance was near. The swans flew to her and crouched down so that she could throw the shirts over them. As soon as the shirts were touched by them, their swan skins fell off, and her brothers stood before her. They were all grown up, strong and handsome. Only the youngest had no left arm, but instead of it a swan's wing. They hugged and kissed their sister many times, and then the queen went to the king and began to speak, and said, "Dearest husband, now I may speak and declare to you that I am innocent and falsely accused." And she told him about the deceit of the old mother, who had taken away her 3 children and hidden them. However, they were soon fetched safely back, to the great joy of the king, and the wicked mother-in-law was tied to the stake and burnt to ashes. But the king and queen, with their 6 brothers, lived many years in peace and happiness. End of The 6 Swans from the Fairy Book by Miss Mullock. Read by Rhonda Fetterman.
Six times 6 is 36, and 6 is 42. Lyric by Bert Hanlon. Music by William White. From Ziegfeld's Midnight Frolic, 1917. This is recorded to celebrate the 6th anniversary of LibriVox. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Ever since I've been so very high, I've tried to multiply. At spelling I was awful bad, but numbers nearly drove me mad. History, gee, that's a cinch, but mathematics, they're the clinch. I don't know why on earth I'm thick, but a simple can't do arithmetic. 6 times 6 is 36, and 6 is 42. I don't care what you may say, I know that's hard to do, but it always keeps me worried, then that makes me feel blue. 6 times 6 is 36, and 6 is 42. Gee, I wish that I could add. I'd like to be as smart as Dad. There's not a figure he don't know. He keeps books for a Broadway show. I had a little rabbit once, and gee, it was an awful dunce. But still that thing could multiply. If rabbits can, then why can't I? 6 times 6 is 36, and 6 is 42. I don't care what you may say, I know that's hard to do, but it always keeps me worried, then that makes me feel blue. 6 times 6 is 36, and 6 is 42. End of 6 times 6 is 36, and 6 is 42. By Bert Hanlon and William White. Recording by Ruth Golding.
6 Weeks Old by Christopher Morley. This is recorded to celebrate the 6th anniversary of LibriVox. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. He is so small he does not know the summer sun, the winter snow, the spring that ebbs and comes again. All this is far beyond his ken. A little world he feels and sees, his mother's arms, his mother's knees. He hides his face against her breast, and does not care to learn the rest. End of 6 Weeks Old by Christopher Morley. Read by Laurie Ann Walden.
Six's Self-Registering Thermometer. Section 81 of a Treatise on Meteorological Instruments, by Negretti and Zambra. This is recorded to celebrate the 6th anniversary of LibriVox. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Section 81. Six's Self-Registering Thermometer. The very ingenious and certainly elegant instrument about to be described was invented by James VI, of Colchester. It consists of a long cylindrical bulb, united to a tube of more than twice its length, bent round each side of it in the form of a siphon, and terminated in a smaller, oval-shaped bulb. Fig. 62 gives a representation of this instrument. The lower portion of the siphon is filled with mercury, the long bulb, the other parts of the tube, and part of the small bulb with highly rectified alcohol. A steel index moves in the spirit in each limb of the siphon. The two indices are terminated at top and bottom with a bead of glass, to enable them to move with the least possible friction, and without causing separation of the spirit, or allowing mercury to pass easily. They would, from their weight, always rest upon the mercury, but each has a fine hair tied to its upper extremity and bent against the interior of the tube, which acts as a spring with sufficient elasticity to keep the index supported in the spirit in opposition to gravity. The instrument acts as follows. A rise of temperature causes the spirit in the long bulb to expand and press some of the mercury into the other limb of the siphon, into which it rises also from its own expansion, and carries the index with it until the greatest temperature is attained. The lower end of this index then indicates upon the engraved scale the maximum temperature. As the temperature falls, the spirit and the mercury contract, and in returning towards the bulb, the second index is met and carried up by the mercury until the lowest temperature occurs, when it is left to indicate upon the scale the minimum temperature. The limb of the siphon adjoining the bulb requires therefore a descending scale of thermometric degrees, the other limb an ascending scale. The graduations must be obtained by comparisons with the standard thermometer under artificial temperatures, which should be done in this way for every 5 degrees, in order to correct for the inequality in the bore of the tube, and the irregular expansion of the spirit. The instrument is set for observation by bringing the indices into contact with the mercury, by means of a small magnet, which attracts the steel through the glass, so that it is readily drawn up or down. They should be drawn nearly to the top of the limbs when it is desired to remove the instrument, which should be carefully carried in the vertical position, for should it be inverted or laid flat, the spirit may get among the mercury, and so break up the column as to require the skill of a maker to put it in order again. For transmission by ordinary conveyances, it requires that attention be given to keep it vertical. The entanglement of a small portion of mercury with the indices is sometimes a source of annoyance in this instrument, for the readings are thereby rendered somewhat incorrect. Small breakages in the mercury, either from intervening bubbles of spirit or adhesion to the indices, may generally be rectified by cautiously tapping the frame of the instrument, so as to cause the mercury to unite by the assistance thus given to its superior gravity. These thermometers, when carefully made and adjusted to a standard thermometer, are strongly recommended for ordinary purposes, where strict scientific accuracy is not required. This is also the only fluid thermometer applicable for determining the temperature of the sea at depths. End of Section 81 of a Treatise on Meteorological Instruments, by Negretti and Zambra.
The Sixpenny Calico, from The Old Castle and Other Stories, by an anonymous author. This is recorded to celebrate the 6th anniversary of LibriVox. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. One day a new scholar appeared in school, and as usual was the mark of public gaze. She was gentle and modest-looking, and never ventured to lift her eyes from her books. At recess, to the inquiries, "Who is she? What's her name?" nobody could satisfactorily answer. None of us ever saw or heard of her before. "I know she's not much," said one of the girls. "Poorly off," said I. "Do you see her dress? Why, I believe it is nothing but a sixpenny calico. Poor thing, she must be cold." "I can't imagine how a person can wear calico in winter," said another, whose rich plaid was the admiration of the school. "I must say I like to see a person dressed according to the season," remarked another. "That is, if people can afford it," she added, in a manner plainly enough indicating that her father could. Such was recess talk. None of us went to take the stranger by the hand and welcome her as the companion of our studies and our play. We stood aloof and stared at her with cold and unfeeling curiosity. The teacher called her Abby. When she first came to her place for recitation, she took a seat beside the rich plaid. The plaid drew haughtily away, as if the sixpenny calico might dim the beauty of its colours. A slight colour flushed Abby's cheek, but her quiet remained the same. It was some time before she ventured on the playground, and then it was only to stand aside and look on, for we were slow in asking her to join us. On one occasion we had a harder arithmetic lesson than usual, completely baffling our small brains. Upon comparing notes at recess, none of us had mastered it. "I'll ask Abby of her success," said one of my intimate associates. "It is quite unlikely she has," I replied. "Do stay here. Besides, what if she has?" "I will go," she answered. Away she went, and as it appeared, Abby and she were the only members of the class ready for recitation. Abby had been more successful than the rest of us, and kindly helped my friend to scale the difficulties of the lesson. "Shall we ask Abby to join the sleigh ride?" asked one of the girls, who was getting a subscription for a famous New Year's ride. "Judging from her dress," I said, "if she goes, we must give her the ride." "But how will it do to leave her out?" they asked. "She does not, of course, expect to be asked to ride with us," I said. "She is evidently of a poor family." As a sort of leader in school my words were influential, and poor Abby was left out. How often did I contrast my white hands and warm gloves with the purple fingers and cheap mittens of my neighbour Abby! How miserable I should be with such working hands and no gloves! By and by I took to patronizing her. "She is really a very nice creature, and ought to join us more in our plays," we said. So we used to make her one of us in the playground. In fact, I began to thaw towards her very considerably. There was something in Abby which called out our respect. One Saturday afternoon, as I was looking out of the window, wishing for something to do, my mother asked me to join her in a little walk. On went my new cloak, warm furs, and pink hat, and in a trice I was ready. We went first to the Stores, where I was very glad to be met by several acquaintances in my handsome winter dress. At last I found my mother turning off into less frequented thoroughfares. "Where, mother?" I asked. "In this vulgar part of the town?" "Not vulgar, my dear," she said. "A very respectable and industrious part of our population live here." "Not fashionable, certainly," I added. "And not vulgar because not fashionable, by any means," she said, for you may be sure my false and often foolish notions were not gained from her. She stopped before a humble-looking house and entered the front door. "Where are you going?" I asked with much curiosity. She gently opened a side door and hesitated a moment on the threshold. "Caroline, come in," said a voice from within. "I am very happy to see you." "Pray don't rise, dear," said my mother, going forward and affectionately kissing a sick lady who sat in a rocking-chair. "You look better than when I saw you before. Do not exert yourself." I was introduced, and I fancied the invalid looked at me with a sort of admiring surprise as she took my hand and hoped I should prove worthy of such a mother. Then, while my mother and she were talking, I sat down and took notes with my eyes of everything in the room. It looked beautifully neat, and the furniture evidently had seen better days. By and by mother asked for her daughter. "Gone out on some errands," said the sick lady. "The dear child is an inexpressible blessing to me," and tears filled her eyes. "A mother might well be thankful for such a daughter. She is a pattern my child might safely imitate." I thought I should be exceedingly glad to see the person my mother was so willing I should copy. "She will return soon," said the invalid. "She has gone to carry some work which she has contrived to do in her leisure moments. The self-sacrifice of the child is wonderful. She seems to desire nothing that other girls of her age generally want. A little while ago an early friend who had found me out and befriended me, as you have done," tears came into the speaker's eyes, "sent her a handsome winter dress. 'Oh, mother,' she said, 'this is too expensive for me when you want some warm flannels so.' I told her it was just what she needed. A few days afterwards she went out and came home with a roll of flannel and a calico dress. 'See, mother,' she said, 'I shall enjoy this calico 100 times more than the finest dress in the world, when you can have your flannel.' Excuse me for telling it, but you know a mother's heart. There is her step. She is coming." The outer door opened. How I longed to see the comer! A perfect angel, I thought. So generous, so disinterested, so good. I should love her. The latch was lifted. A young girl entered, and my schoolfellow Abby stood before me. I could have sunk into the earth for very shame. How wicked my pride! How false and foolish my judgments! Oh, how mean did my fine winter dress appear before the plain sixpenny calico! I was almost sure my mother had managed all this, for she had a way of making me see my faults and making me desire to cure them, without ever saying much directly herself. This, however, had not come about by her intervention. God taught me by His providence. As we walked home, my mother gave me an account of Mrs. G., an early friend who made an imprudent marriage. But that story is no matter here. I will only add, my judgment of people was formed ever after according to a better standard than the dress they wore, and that Abby and I became intimate friends. End of the Sixpenny Calico by an anonymous author. Recording by Ruth Golding.
"16 Dead Men" by William Butler Yeats. This is recorded to celebrate the 6th anniversary of LibriVox. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Oh, but we talked at large before the 16 men were shot. But who can talk of give and take, what should be and what not, while those dead men are loitering there, to stir the boiling pot? You say that we should still the land till Germany's overcome. But who is there to argue that, now Pierce is deaf and dumb? And is there logic to outweigh Macdonough's bony thumb? How could you dream they'd listen, that have an ear alone for those new comrades they have found, Lord Edward and Wolfe Tone, or meddle with our give and take, that converse bone to bone? End of 16 Dead Men by William Butler Yeats. Read by Rhonda Fetterman.
"16 Years Without a Birthday" from Tales of Fantasy and Fact by Brander Matthews. This is recorded to celebrate the 6th anniversary of LibriVox. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. 16 Years Without a Birthday. While the journalist deftly dealt with the lobster à la Newburgh as it bubbled in the chafing dish before him, the deep-toned bell of the church at the corner began to strike 12. "Give me your plates, quick," he said, "and we'll drink Jack's health before it's tomorrow." The artist and the soldier and the professor of mathematics did as they were told, and then they filled their glasses. The journalist, still standing, looked the soldier in the eye, and said, "Jack, this is the first time the quartet has met since the old school days, 10 years ago and more. That this reunion should take place on your birthday doubles the pleasure of the occasion. We wish you many happy returns of the day." Then the artist and mathematician rose also, and they looked at the soldier, and repeated together, "Many happy returns of the day." Whereupon they emptied their glasses and sat down, and the soldier rose to his feet. "Thank you, boys," he began, "but I think you have already made me enjoy this one birthday 3 times over. It was yesterday that I was 26, and—" "But I didn't meet you till last night," interrupted the journalist, "and yesterday was Sunday, and I couldn't get a box for the theatre and find the other half of the quartet all on Sunday, could I?" "I'm not complaining because yesterday was my real birthday," the soldier returned, "even if you have now protracted the celebration on to the 3rd day, if it's just struck midnight, you know. All I have to say is, that since you have given me a triplicate birthday this time, any future anniversary will have to spread itself over 4 days if it wants to beat the record, that's all." And he took his seat again. "Well," said the artist, who had recently returned from Paris, "that won't happen till we see the week of the 4 Thursdays, as the French say." "And we shan't see that for a month of Sundays, I guess," the journalist rejoined. There was a moment of silence, and then the mathematician spoke for the first time. "A quadruplex birthday will be odd enough, I grant you," he said, "but I don't think it quite as remarkable as the case of the lady who had no birthday for 16 years after she was born." The soldier and the artist and the journalist all looked at the professor of mathematics, and they all smiled, but his face remained perfectly grave. "What's that you say?" asked the journalist. 16 years without a birthday? Isn't that a very large order?" "Did you know the lady herself?" inquired the soldier. "She was my grandmother," the mathematician answered. "She had no birthday for the first 16 years of her life." "You mean that she did not celebrate her birthdays, I suppose," the artist remarked. "That's nothing. I know lots of families where they don't keep any anniversaries at all." "No," persisted the mathematician, "I meant what I said, and precisely what I said. My grandmother did not keep her first 15 birthdays because she couldn't. She didn't have them to keep. They didn't happen. The first time she had a chance to celebrate her birthday was when she completed her 16th year, and I need not tell you that the family made the most of the event." "This a real grandmother you are talking about?" asked the journalist, "and not a fairy godmother?" "I could understand her going without a birthday till she was 4 years old," the soldier suggested, "if she was born on the 29th of February." That accounts for 4 years, the mathematician admitted, since my grandmother was born on the 29th of February. In what year? The soldier pursued. In 1796? The professor of mathematics nodded. Then that accounts for 8 years, said the soldier. I don't see that at all, exclaimed the artist. It's easy enough, the soldier explained. The year 1800 isn't a leap year, you know. We have a leap year every 4 years, except the final year of a century, 1700, 1800, 1900. I didn't know that, said the artist. I've forgotten it, remarked the journalist, but that gets us over only half of the difficulty. He says his grandmother didn't have a birthday till she was 16. We can all see now how it was that she went without this annual luxury for the first 8 years. But who robbed her of the birthday she was entitled to when she was 8 and 12? That's what I want to know. Born February 29th, 1796, the Gregorian calendar deprives her of a birthday in 1800, the soldier said. But she ought to have had her first chance February 29th, 1804. I don't see how... And he paused in doubt. Oh, he cried suddenly, where was she living in 1804? Most of the time in Russia, the mathematician answered, although the family went to England for a few days early in the year. What was the date when they left Russia? Asked the soldier eagerly. They sailed from St. Petersburg in a Russian bark on the 10th of February, answered the professor of mathematics, and owing to headwinds they did not reach England for a fortnight. Exactly, cried the soldier. That's what I thought. That accounts for it. I don't see how, the artist declared. That is, unless you mean to suggest that the Tsar confiscated the little American girl's birthday and sent it to Siberia. It's plain enough, the soldier returned. We have the Reform calendar, the Gregorian calendar, you know, and the Russians haven't. They keep the old Julian calendar, and it's now 10 days behind ours. They celebrate Christmas 3 days after we have begun the new year. So the little girl left St. Petersburg in a Russian ship on February 10th, 1804, by the old reckoning, and was on the water 2 weeks. She would land in England after March 1st by the new calendar. That is to say, the artist inquired, the little girl came into an English port thinking she was going to have her birthday the next week, and when she set foot on shore she found that her birthday was passed the week before. Is that what you mean? Yes, answered the soldier, and the mathematician nodded also. Then all I have to say, the artist continued, is that it was a mean trick on the plan of a child that had been looking forward to her first birthday for 8 years, to knock her into the middle of the next week in that fashion. And she had to go 4 years more for her next chance, said the journalist. Then she would be 12. But you said she hadn't a birthday till she was 16. How did she lose the one she was entitled to in 1808? She wasn't on a Russian ship again, was she? No, the mathematician replied. She was on an American ship that time. On the North Sea? Asked the artist. No, was the calm answer. On the Pacific. Sailing east or west? Cried the soldier. Sailing east, answered the professor of mathematics, smiling again. Then I see how it might happen, the soldier declared. Well, I don't, confessed the artist. The journalist said nothing, as it seemed unprofessional to admit ignorance of anything. It is simple enough, the soldier explained. You see, the world is revolving around the sun steadily, and it is always high noon somewhere on the globe. The day rolls around unceasing, and it is not cut off into 24 hours. We happen to have taken the day of Greenwich or Paris as the day of civilization, and we say that it begins earlier in China and later in California, but it is all the same day, we say. Therefore there has to be some place out in the middle of the Pacific Ocean where we lose or gain a day. If we are going east, we gain it. If we are going west, we lose it. Now I suppose this little girl of 12 was on her way from some Asiatic port to some American port, and they stopped on their voyage at Honolulu. Perhaps they dropped anchor there just before midnight on their February 28th, 1808, thinking that the morrow would be the 29th, but when they were hailed from the shore just after midnight, they found that it was already March 1st. As the soldier finished, he looked at the mathematician for confirmation of this explanation. Thus appealed to, the professor of mathematics smiled and nodded, and said, You have hit it. That's just how it was that my grandmother lost the birthday she ought to have had when she was 12, and had to go 4 years more without one. And so she really didn't have a birthday till she was 16, the artist observed. Well, all I can say is, your great-grandfather took too many chances. I don't think he gave the child a fair show. I hope he made it up to her when she was 16, that's all. An hour later the quartet separated. The soldier and the artist walked away together, but the journalist delayed the mathematician. I say, he began, that yarn about your grandmother was very interesting. It is an extraordinary combination of coincidences. I can see it in the Sunday paper with the scare-ahead. 16 years without a birthday. Do you mind my using it? But it isn't true, said the professor. Not true? Echoed the journalist. "No," replied the mathematician. "I made it up. I hadn't done my share of the talking, and I didn't want you to think I had nothing to say for myself." "Not a single word of truth in it?" the journalist returned. "Not a single word," was the mathematician's answer. "Well, what of that?" the journalist declared. "I don't want to file it in an affidavit. I want to print it in a newspaper." End of 16 Years Without a Birthday, from Tales of Fantasy and Fact by Brander Matthews. Recording by Gabrielle C.
The Sixth Litany, Benedicta II, from A Lover's Litanies by Eric Mackay. This is recorded to celebrate the 6th anniversary of LibriVox. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. I tell thee, sweet, there lives not on the earth a love like mine in all the height and girth, and all the vast completion of the sphere. I should be proud to-day to shed a tear, if I could weep. But tears are most denied when most besought, and joys are sanctified by joys undoing in this world of ours, from dusk to dawn, and dawn to eventide. Wert thou a marble made, and I endowed with power to move thee from thy seeming shroud of frozen splendour, all thy whiteness mine, and all the glamour, all the tender shine of thy glad eyes? Ah, God, if this were so, and I the loosener, in the summer glow, of thy long tresses, I were licensed then to gaze unchidden on thy limbs of snow. I would prepare for thee a holy niche in some new temple, and with draperies rich, and flowers and lamps, and incense of the best, I would with something of mine own unrest imbue thy blood, and prompt thee to be just. I would endow thee with a fairer trust than mere contentment, and a dearer joy than mere revulsion from the sins of dust. A band of boys with psaltery and with lyre, and Cyprian girls, the slaves of thy desire, would chant and pray, and raise so wild a storm of golden notes around thy sculptured form, that saints would hear the chorus up in heaven, and intermingle with their holy steven the sighs of earth, and long for other cares than those ordained them by the Lord's 11. I would approach thee with a master's tread, and claim thy hand, and have the service read by youthful priests resplendent every one, and in thy frame the blood of thee would run as warm and sound as wine of Syracuse. And all that day the birds would bear the news in far directions, and the meadow flowers would dream thereof, love laden in the dews. Then, by magnetic force, the greatest known this side the tomb, I would athwart the stone of thy white body in a trice of time, call forth thy soul, and woo thee to the chime of tinkling bells, and make thee half afraid and half aggrieved to find thyself arrayed in such enthralment and in such attire, in sight of one whose will should not be stayed. And, like Pygmalion, I would claim anon a bride's submission, and my talk thereon would not perplex thee, for the sense of life would warm thy heart, and urge thee to the strife of lip with lip, and kiss with pulsing kiss, which gives the clue to all we know of bliss, and all we know of heights we long to climb beyond the boundaries of the grave's abyss. The dear old deeds chivalrous once again would find fulfilment, and the curse of Cain, which fell on woman as on men it fell, would fly from us as at a sorcerer's spell, and leave us wiser than the sophists are who love not folly. Night should not debar, nor day dissuade us from those ecstasies that have Anacreon's fame for guiding star. Ay, thou wouldst kneel and seek in me apace a transient shelter for thine amorous face, which then I'd screen. And thou to me wouldst turn with awe-struck eyes, and cling to me and yearn, with sighs full tender and a touch of fear. And like a bird which knows that spring is near, and after spring the summer of sweet days, thou wouldst attune thy love notes in mine ear. Or, fraught with feelings near akin to hate, thou wouldst denounce me, and like one elate, thou wouldst entwine me in thine arms so white, as soldier nymphs, with rapt and raging sight, made war with spearsmen in the vales of song, the vales of Sparta, where for right or wrong the gods were potent, and for beauty's sake upheld the tourneys of the fair and strong. I would not seem too wilful in the heat of our encounter, or with sighs repeat too fierce a vow. I would throughout confess thy murderous mirth, thy conquering loveliness, and then subdue thee. Tears would not avail, nor prayer nor praise, and flushed the while or pale, thou shouldst be mine, my hostage in the night, without the option of a moment's bail. Thou shouldst be mine. My hopes from first to last would win their way, and lithe and love aghast and all unnerved, thou wouldst, as in a dream, entreat my pardon. I would callous seem to thine out-yearning. I would cast on thee a questioning look, and then, upon my knee, I would surrender to that face of thine, which is the great world's wonder unto me. O Heaven, could this be done, and I fulfil one half my wish, and curb thee to my will, I were a prompter and a prouder man than earth has known since light-foot lovers ran for Atalanta, loved of men and boys. I were a Kaiser then, a king of joys, and fit to play with high-begotten pomps, as children play with pebbles or with toys. O golden hair! O gladness of an hour made flesh and blood! O beauteous human flower, too sweet to pluck, and yet, though seeming cold, ordained to love! I pray thee, as of old, be kind to me. I saw thee yesternight, and for an instant I was urged to plight my troth again, for in thy face I saw what seemed a smile evoked for my delight. Re-grant thy favour. Take me by the hand, and lead me back again to thine own land, the nook supreme, the sanctum in the glen where pixies walk, unknown to peevish men and shrew-like women whom no faith uplifts. Show me the place where Nature keeps the gifts she most approves, and where the song-birds dwell, and I'll forgo the land of little thrifts. The moon is mother, and the sun is sire of those young planets which, with infant fire, have late been found in regions too remote for quicklier search. And these in time will dote and whirl and wanton in the realms of space. For there are comets in the nightly chase, who see strange things untalked of by the bards, and Earth herself has found a trysting place. And so 'tis clear that sun and moon and stars are linked by love. The marriage feast of Mars was fixed long since, 'tis Venus whom he weds. 'Tis she alone for whom he gaily treads his path of splendour, and of Saturn's ring he knows the symbol, and will have, in spring, a night betrothal near the Southern Cross. And all the stars will pause thereat and sing. What wonder then, What wonder if to-day I too assert my right in roundelay to talk of rings and posies and the vows that wait on marriage? 'Tis the wild carouse of soul with soul athwart the sense of touch. 'Tis this uplifts us when with fever clutch the world would claim us, and our hopes revive in spite of fears that daunt us overmuch. Lips may be coy, but eyes are quick at times to note the throbbings that are hot as crimes, and fond as flutterings of the wings of doves. For he is blind indeed who, when he loves, doubts all he sees, the flickering of a smile, the Parthian glance, the nod that for a while outbids Elysium, and is half a jest and half a truth, to tempt us and beguile. Thine eyes have told me things I dare not speak, and I will trust the track they bid me seek, yea, though it lead me to the gates of death. The wind is labouring, it is out of breath, belike for scampering up the hill so fast, to say all's well with thee, and down the blast I seem to hear the sounds of serenades that swell from out the song-fields of the past. End of the Sixth Litany by Eric Mackay. Recording by Ruth Golding, August 2011.
A Song of 65 by Robert W. Service. This is recorded to celebrate the 6th anniversary of LibriVox. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. A Song of 65. Brave Thackeray has trolled of days when he was 21, and bounded up 5 flights of stairs, a gallant garreteer, and yet again in mellow vein, when youth was gaily run, has dipped his nose in Gascon wine, and told of 40 year. But if I worthy were to sing a richer, rarer time, I'd tune my pipes before the fire, and merrily I'd strive to praise that age when prose again has given way to rhyme, the Indian summer days of life, when I'll be 65. For then my work will all be done, my voyaging be past, and I'll have earned the right to rest where folding hills are green. So in some glassy anchorage I'll make my cable fast. Oh, let the seas show all their teeth, I'll sit and smile serene. The storm may bellow round the roof, I'll bide beside the fire, and many a scene of sail and trail within the flame I'll see, for I'll have worn away the spur of passion and desire. Oh yes, when I am 65, what peace will come to me. I'll take my breakfast in my bed, I'll rise at 10:30. When all the world is nicely groomed and full of golden song, I'll smoke a bit, and joke a bit, and read the news, and then I'll potter round my peach trees till I hear the luncheon gong. And after that I think I'll doze an hour, well, maybe 2. And then I'll show some kindred soul how well my roses thrive. I'll do the things I never yet have found the time to do. Oh, won't I be the busy man when I am 65. I'll revel in my library, I'll read De Morgan's books, I'll grow so garrulous I fear you'll write me down a bore. I'll watch the ways of ants and bees in quiet sunny nooks, I'll understand creation as I never did before. When gossips round the teacups talk I'll listen to it all. On smiling days some kindly friend will take me for a drive. I'll own a shaggy collie dog that dashes to my call. I'll celebrate my second youth when I am 65. Ah, though I've 20 years to go, I see myself quite plain, a wrinkling, twinkling, rosy-cheeked, benevolent old chap. I think I'll wear a tartan shawl, and lean upon a cane. I hope that I'll have silver hair beneath a velvet cap. I see my little grandchildren a-romping round my knee. So gay the scene I almost wish 'twould hasten to arrive. Let others sing of youth and spring, still will it seem to me the golden time's the olden time, sometime round 65. End of A Song of 65, by Robert W. Service. Recording by Katie Riley, August 2011.
Special Orders Number 6 by the Confederate States of America Army, 2nd Virginia Cavalry Regiment. This is recorded to celebrate the 6th anniversary of LibriVox. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Headquarters Munford's Cavalry Brigade, April 21, 1865. Special Orders Number 6. Soldiers, I have just received a communication from the President of the Confederate States, ordering us again to the field in defense of our liberties. General Johnson, with an army constantly increasing, well appointed and disciplined, still upholds our glorious banner. We are ordered to report to him. Our cause is not dead. Let the same stern determination to be free, which has supported you for 4 years of gallant struggle, still animate you, and it can never die. One disaster, however serious, cannot crush out the spirit of Virginians, and make them tamely submit to their enemies, who have given us, during all these terrible years of war, so many evidences of their devilish malignity in our devastated fields, our burned homesteads, our violated daughters, and our murdered thousands. Virginians will understand that their present pretended policy of conciliation is but the cunning desire of the Yankee to lull us to sleep, while they rivet the chains they have been making such gigantic efforts to forge, and which they will as surely make us wear forever, if we tamely submit. We have sworn 1,000 times by our eternal wrongs, by our sacred God-given rights, by the memory of our noble fathers and our glorious past, by our gallant dead who lie in every plain of our war-scarred state, by our glorious victories on many a well-fought field, that we would be free. Shall we not keep our oaths? Can we kneel down by the graves of our dead, kneel in the very blood from sons yet fresh, and kiss the rod which smote them down? Never! Never! Better die 1,000 deaths! We have still the power to resist. There are more men at home to-day belonging to the Army of Northern Virginia than were surrendered at Appomattox. Let them rally to the call of our President, and Virginia, our beloved old Commonwealth, shall yet stand triumphant and defiant, with her foot upon her tyrants prostrate, and her proud old banner never yet sullied, with its Sic Semper Tyrannis streaming over her. Soldiers of the old brigade, to you I confidently appeal. You have never been surrendered. Cutting your way out of the enemy's lines before the surrender was determined, you, together with the majority of the cavalry, are free to follow your country's flag. The eyes of your Virginia, now bleeding at every pore, turns with special interest to you. Will you desert her at her sorest need? You will never descend to such infamy. Let us renew our vows and swear again by our broken altars to be free or die. Let us teach our children eternal hostility to our foes. What though we perish in the fight? As surely as the God of justice reigns, the truth, the right will triumph, and though we may not, our children will win the glorious fight, for it is not within the nature of her Southern sons to wear the chains of Yankee rule. We have still a country, a flag, an army, a government. Then to horse, to horse! A circular will be sent to each of your officers designating the time and place of assembly. Hold yourselves in instant readiness, and bring all true men with you from this command who will go, and let us who struck the last blow as an organized part of the Army of Northern Virginia, strike the first with that victorious army which, by the blessings of our gracious God, will yet come to redeem her hallowed soil. Thomas T. Munford, Brigadier General, Commanding Division. End of Special Orders Number 6 by the Confederate States of America Army, 2nd Virginia Cavalry Regiment. The Squire's Sixpence, by Mary Eleanor Wilkins Freeman. This is recorded to celebrate the 6th anniversary of LibriVox. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Patience Mather was saying the 7 multiplication table when she heard a heavily shuffling step in the entry. "That is Squire Bean," whispered her friend, Martha Joy, who stood at her elbow. Patience stopped short in horror. Her especial bugbear in mathematics was 8 times 7. She was coming toward it fast. Could she remember it with old Squire Bean looking at her? "Go on," said the teacher severely. She was quite young, and also stood in some awe of Squire Bean, but she did not wish her pupils to discover it, so she pretended to ignore that step in the entry. Squire Bean walked with a heavy gilt-headed cane which always went clump, clump at every step. Besides, he shuffled. One could always tell who was coming. 7 times 7, begun Patience, trembling. Then the door opened. There stood Squire Bean. The teacher rose promptly. She tried to be very easy and natural, but her pretty round cheeks turned red and white by turns. "Good morning, Squire Bean," said she. Then she placed a chair on the platform for him. "Good morning," said he, and he seated himself in a lumbering way. He was rather stiff with rheumatism. He was a large old man in a green camlet cloak with brass buttons. "You may go on with the exercises," said he to the teacher, after he had adjusted himself and wiped his face solemnly with a great red handkerchief. "Go on, Patience," said the teacher. So Patience piped up in her little weak soprano. 7 times 7 are 49. 8 times 7 are... She stopped short. Then she began over again. 8 times 7... The class with toes on the crack all swayed forward to look at her. The pupils at the foot stepped off till they swung it into a half circle. Hands came up and gyrated wildly. "Back on the line," said the teacher sternly. Then they stepped back, but the hands indicative of superior knowledge still waved, the coarse jacket sleeves and the gingham apron sleeves slipping back from the thin childish wrists. 8 times 7 are 89, declared Patience desperately. The hands shook frantically, some of the owners stepped off the line again in their eagerness. Patience's cheeks were red as poppies, her eyes were full of tears. "You may try once more, Patience," said the teacher, who was distressed herself. She feared lest Squire Bean might think that it was her fault, and that she was not a competent teacher, because Patience Mather did not know 8 times 7. So Patience started again. 8 times 7... She paused for a mighty mental effort. She must get it right this time. 6... she began feebly. "What?" said Squire Bean suddenly, in a deep voice which sounded like a growl. Then all at once poor little Patience heard a whisper sweet as an angel's in her ear. 56. 8 times 7 are 56, said she convulsively. Right, said the teacher with a relieved look. The hands went down. Patience stood with her neat little shoes toeing out on the crack. It was over. She had answered, she had not failed before Squire Bean. For a few minutes she could think of nothing but that. The rest of the class had their weak points, moreover their strong points, overlooked in the presence of the company. The first thing Patience knew, ever so many had missed in the 9 table, and she had gone up to the head. Standing there, all at once a terrible misgiving seized her. "I wouldn't have gone to the head if I hadn't been told," she thought to herself. Martha was next below her. She knew that question in the 9s. Her hand had been up. So had John Allen's and Phoebe Adams's. This was the last class before recess. Patience went soberly out into the yard with the other girls. There was a little restraint over all the scholars. They looked with awe at the squire's horse and chaise. The horse was tied after a novel fashion, an invention of the squire's own. He had driven a gimlet into the schoolhouse wall, and tied his horse to it with a stout rope. Whenever the squire drove he carried with him his gimlet, in case there should be no hitching post. Occasionally house owners rebelled, but it made no difference. The next time the squire had occasion to stop at their premises there was another gimlet hole in the wall. Few people could make their way good against Squire Bean. There were a great many holes in the schoolhouse walls, for the squire made frequent visits. He was one of the committee, and considered himself very necessary for the well-being of the school. Indeed, if he had frankly spoken his mind, he would probably have admitted that in his estimation the school would not be properly kept one day without his assistance. Patience stood with her back against the school fence and watched the others soberly. The girls wanted her to play little Sally Waters sitting in the sun, but she said no, she didn't want to play. Martha took hold of her arm and tried to pull her into the ring, but she held back. "What is the matter?" said Martha. "Nothing," Patience said, but her face was full of trouble. There was a little wrinkle between her reflective brown eyes, and she drew in her under lip after a way she had when disturbed. When the bell rang, the scholars filed in with the greatest order and decorum. Even the most frisky boys did no more than roll their eyes respectfully in the squire's direction as they passed him, and they tiptoed on their bare feet in the most cautious manner. The squire sat through the remaining exercises until it was time to close the school. "You may put up your books," said the teacher. There was a rustle and clatter, then a solemn hush. They all sat with their arms folded, looking expectantly at Squire Bean. The teacher turned to him. Her cheeks were very red, and she was very dignified, but her voice shook a little. "Won't you make some remarks to the pupils?" said she. Then the squire rose and cleared his throat. The scholars did not pay much attention to what he said, although they sat still, with their eyes riveted on his face. But when, toward the close of his remarks, he put his hand in his pocket, and a faint jingling was heard, a thrill ran over the school. The squire pulled out 2 silver sixpences, and held them up impressively before the children. Through a hole in each of them dangled a palm leaf strand, and the squire's own initial was stamped on both. "Thomas Arnold may step this way," said the squire. Thomas Arnold had acquitted himself well in geography, and to him the squire duly presented one of the sixpences. Thomas bobbed and pattered back to his seat with all his mates staring and grinning at him. Then Patience Mather's heart jumped. Squire Bean was bidding her step that way on account of her going to the head of the arithmetic class. She sat still. There was a roaring in her ears. Squire Bean spoke again. Then the teacher interposed. "Patience," said she, "did you not hear what Squire Bean said? Step this way." Then Patience rose and dragged slowly down the aisle. She hung her head, she dimly heard Squire Bean speaking, then the sixpence touched her hand. Suddenly Patience looked up. There was a vein of heroism in the little girl. Not far back some of her kin had been brave fighters in the Revolution. Now their little descendant went marching up to her own enemy in her own way. She spoke right up before Squire Bean. "I'd rather you give it to some one else," said she, with a curtsy. "It doesn't belong to me. I wouldn't have gone to the head if I hadn't cheated." Patience's cheeks were white, but her eyes flashed. Squire Bean gasped, and turned it into a cough. Then he begun asking her questions. Patience answered unflinchingly. She kept holding the sixpence toward him. Finally he reached out and gave it a little push back. "Keep it," said he. "Keep it, keep it. I don't give it to you for going to the head, but because you are an honest and truthful child." Patience blushed pink to her little neck. She curtsied deeply and returned to her seat, the silver sixpence dangling from her agitated little hand. She put her head down on her desk and cried, now that it was all over, and did not look up till school was dismissed, and Martha Joy came and put her arm around her and comforted her. The 2 little girls were very close friends, and were together all the time which they could snatch out of school hours. Not long after the presentation of the sixpence, one night after school, Patience's mother wanted her to go on an errand to Nancy Gookin's hut. Nancy Gookin was an Indian woman, who did a good many odd jobs for the neighbors. Mrs. Mather was expecting company, and she wanted her to come the next day and assist her about some cleaning. Patience was usually willing enough, but to night she demurred. In fact, she was a little afraid of the Indian woman, who lived all alone in a little hut on the edge of some woods. Her mother knew it, but it was a foolish fear, and she did not encourage her in it. "There is no sense in your being afraid of Nancy," she said, with some severity. "She's a good woman, if she is an Injun, and she is always to be seen in the meeting house of a Sabbath day." As her mother spoke, Patience could see Nancy's dark, harsh old face peering over the pew, where she and some of her nation sat together, Sabbath days, and the image made her shudder in spite of its environments. However, she finally put on her little sunbonnet and set forth. It was a lovely summer twilight; she had only about a quarter of a mile to go, but her courage failed her more and more at every step. Martha Joy lived on the way. When she reached her house, she stopped and begged her to go with her. Martha was obliging. Under ordinary circumstances she would have gone with alacrity, but to night she had a hard toothache. She came to the door with her face all tied up in a hot poultice. "I'm 'fraid I can't go," she said dolefully. But Patience begged and begged. "I'll spend my sixpence that Uncle Joseph gave me, and I'll buy you a whole card of peppermints," said she, finally, by way of inducement. That won the day. Martha got few sweets, and if there was anything she craved it was the peppermints, which came in those days in big beautiful cards to be broken off at will. And to have a whole card! So poor Martha tied her little flapping sunbonnet over her swollen cheeks, and went with Patience to see Nancy Gookin, who received the message thankfully, and did not do them the least harm in the world. Martha had really a very hard toothache. She did not sleep much that night, for all the hot poultice, and she went to school the next day feeling tired and cross. She was a nervous little girl, and never bore illness very well. But to day she had one pleasant anticipation. She thought often of that card of peppermints. It had cheered her somewhat in her uneasy night. She thought that Patience would surely bring them to school. She came early herself and watched for her. She entered quite late, just before the bell rang. Martha ran up to her. "I haven't got the peppermints," said Patience soberly. She had been crying. Martha straightened up. "Why not?" The tears welled out of Patience's eyes. "I can't find that sixpence anywhere." The tears came into Martha's eyes, too. She looked as dignified as her poulticed face would allow. "I never knew you told fibs, Patience Mather," said she. "I don't believe my mother will want me to go with you any more." Just then the bell rung. Martha went crying to her seat, and the others thought it was on account of her toothache. Patience kept back her tears. She was forming a desperate resolution. When recess came, she got permission to go to the store, which was quite near, and she bought a card of peppermints with Squire's sixpence. She had pulled out the palm leaf strand on her way, thrusting it into her pocket guiltily. She felt as if she were committing sacrilege. These sixpences, which Squire Bean bestowed upon worthy scholars from time to time, were ostensibly for the purpose of bookmarks. That was the reason for the palm leaf strand. The Squire took the sixpences to the blacksmith, who stamped them with bees, and then, with his own hands, he adjusted the palm leaf. The man who kept the store looked at the sixpence curiously when Patience proffered it. "One of the Squire's sixpences," said he. "Yes, it's mine." That was the argument which Patience had set forth to her own conscience. It was certainly her own sixpence. The Squire had given it to her. Had she not a right to do as she chose with it? The man laughed. His name was Ezra Tompkins, and he enjoyed a joke. He was privately resolving to give that sixpence in change to the old Squire, and see what he would say. If Patience had guessed his thoughts! But she took the cart of peppermints and carried them to the appeased and repentant and curious Martha, and waited further developments in trepidation. She had a presentiment, deep within her childish soul, that some day she would have a reckoning with Squire Bean concerning his sixpence. If by chance she had to pass his house, she would hurry by at her utmost speed, lest she be intercepted. She got out of his way as fast as she could if she spied his old horse and chaise in the distance. Still she knew the day would come. And it did. It was one Saturday afternoon. School did not keep, and she was all alone in the house with Martha. Her mother had gone visiting. The two little girls were playing "Holly Gull, past how many" with beans in the kitchen, when the door opened and in walked Susan Elder. She was a woman who lived at Squire Bean's, and helped his wife with the housework. The minute Patience saw her, she knew what her errand was. She gave a great start. Then she looked at Susan Elder with her big, frightened eyes. Susan Elder was a stout old woman. She sat down on the settle, and wheezed before she spoke. "Squire Bean wants you to come up to his house right away," said she at last. Patience trembled all over. "My mother is gone away. I don't know as she would want me to go," she ventured, despairingly. "He wants you to come right away," said Susan. "I don't believe mother'd want me to leave the house alone." "I'll stay and rest till you get back. I'd just as soon. I'm all tuckered out comin' up the hill." Patience was very pale. She cast an agonized glance at Martha. "I spent the Squire's sixpence for those peppermints," she whispered. She had not told her before. Martha looked at her in horror. Then she begun to cry. "Oh, I made you do it," she sobbed. "Won't you go with me?" groaned Patience. "One little gal is enough," spoke up Susan Elder. "He won't like it if two goes." That settled it. Poor little Patience Mather crept meekly out of the house and down the hill to Squire Bean's, without even Martha's foreboding sympathy for consolation. She looked ahead wistfully all the way. If she could only see her mother coming! But she did not, and there was Squire Bean's house, square and white and massive, with great sprawling clumps of white peonies in the front yard. She went around to the back door, and raised a feeble clatter with the knocker. Mrs. Squire Bean, who was tall and thin and mild looking, answered her knock. "The Squire sent for me," choked Patience. "Oh," said the old lady, "you air the little Mather girl, I guess." Patience shook so she could hardly reply. "You'd better go right to his room," said Mrs. Squire Bean, and Patience followed her. She gave her a little pat when she opened a door on the right. "Don't you be afeared," said she. "He won't say nothin' to you. I'll give you a piece of sweet cake when you come out." Thus admonished, Patience entered. "You did very wrong to spend it, very wrong. Those sixpences are not given to you to spend. But I will overlook it this once." The Squire extended the sixpence. Patience took it with another dip of her little skirt. Then he turned around to his desk. Patience waited a few minutes. She did not know whether she was dismissed or not. Finally the Squire began to add aloud. "5 and 5 are 10," he said. "Ought, and carry the 1." He was adding a bill. Then Patience stole out softly. Mrs. Squire Bean was waiting in the kitchen. She gave her a great piece of plum cake and kissed her. "He didn't hurt you any, did he?" said she. "No, ma'am," said Patience, looking with a bewildered smile at the sixpence. That night she tied in the palm leaf strand again, and put the sixpence in her geography book, and she kept it so safely all her life that her great grandchildren have seen it. End of The Squire's Sixpence, by Mary Eleanor Wilkins Freeman.
To Dick on his 6th birthday, by Sarah Teasdale. This is recorded to celebrate the 6th anniversary of LibriVox. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Though I am very old and wise, and you are neither wise nor old, when I look far into your eyes, I know things I was never told. I know how flame must strain and fret, prisoned in a mortal net; how joy with over-eager wings bruises the small heart where he sings; how too much life, like too much gold, is sometimes very hard to hold. All that is talking. I know this much is true. 6 years ago an angel living near the moon walked through the sky and sang a tune, plucking stars to make his crown. And suddenly 2 stars fell down, 2 falling arrows made of light. 6 years ago this very night I saw them fall and wondered why the angel dropped them from the sky. But when I saw your eyes I knew the angel sent the stars to you. End of To Dick on His 6th Birthday, by Sarah Teasdale.
To H.C., 6 years old, by William Wordsworth. This is recorded to celebrate the 6th anniversary of LibriVox. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. O Thou, whose fancies from afar are brought, who of thy words dost make a mock apparel, and fittest to unutterable thought the breeze-like motion and the self-born carol, thou fairy voyager, that dost float in such clear water that thy boat may rather seem to brood on air than on earthly stream, suspended in a stream as clear as sky, where earth and heaven do make one imagery. O blessed vision, happy child, thou art so exquisitely wild, I think of thee with many fears for what may be thy lot in future years. I thought of times when pain might be thy guest, lord of thy house and hospitality, and grief, uneasy lover, never rest but when she sate within the touch of thee. O too industrious folly! O vain and causeless melancholy! Nature will either end thee quite, or, lengthening out thy seasons of delight, preserve for thee, by individual right, a young lamb's heart among the full-grown flocks. What hast thou to do with sorrow, or the injuries of to-morrow? Thou art a dew-drop, which the morn brings forth, ill-fitted to sustain unkindly shocks, or to be trailed along the soiling earth; a gem, that glitters while it lives and no forewarning gives, but at the touch of wrong, without a strife, slips in a moment out of life. End of To H.C. 6 years old, by William Wordsworth. Read by Rhonda Fetterman.
Treaty with the Six Nations, 1784. This is recorded to celebrate the 6th anniversary of LibriVox. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Articles concluded at Fort Stanwix on the 22nd day of October, 1784, between Oliver Wolcott, Richard Butler, and Arthur Lee, Commissioners Plenipotentiary from the United States, and Congress assembled, on the one part, and the sachems and warriors of the 6 nations, on the other. The United States of America give peace to the Senecas, Mohawks, Onondagas, and Cayugas, and receive them into their protection upon the following conditions. Article 1. 6 hostages shall be immediately delivered to the Commissioners by the said nations, to remain in possession of the United States till all the prisoners, white and black, which were taken by the said Senecas, Mohawks, Onondagas, and Cayugas, or by any of them, in the late war, from among the people of the United States, shall be delivered up. Article 2. The Oneida and Tuscarora nations shall be secured in the possession of the lands on which they are settled. Article 3. A line shall be drawn, beginning at the mouth of a creek about 4 miles east of Niagara, called Oyenwaia, or Johnston's Landing Place, upon the lake named by the Indians Oswego, and by us Ontario. From thence southerly in a direction always 4 miles east of the carrying path between Lake Erie and Ontario, to the mouth of Tohosaroron or Buffalo Creek on Lake Erie; thence south to the north boundary of the State of Pennsylvania; thence west to the end of the said north boundary; thence south along the west boundary of the said State to the river Ohio; the said line from the mouth of the Oyenwaia to the Ohio shall be the western boundary of the lands of the Six Nations, so that the Six Nations shall and do yield to the United States all claims to the country west of the said boundary; and then they shall be secured in the peaceful possession of the lands they inhabit east and north of the same, reserving only 6 miles square round the fort of Oswego to the United States for the support of the same. Article 4. The Commissioners of the United States, in consideration of the present circumstances of the Six Nations, and in execution of the humane and liberal views of the United States upon the signing of the above articles, will order goods to be delivered to the said Six Nations for their use and comfort. End of the Treaty with the Six Nations. Read by Laurie Ann Walden.
Chapter 6 from 6 Centuries of Painting by Randall Davies. This is recorded to celebrate the 6th anniversary of LibriVox. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Chapter 6 Michelangelo Buonarroti. In the opening years of the 16th century the art of painting had attained such a pitch of excellence that unless carried onward by a supreme genius it could hardly hope to escape from the common lot of all things in nature and begin to decline. After Botticelli and Leonardo, the works of Andrea del Sarto, the perfect painter as he had been called, fall rather flat, and no less a prodigy than Michelangelo was capable of excelling his marvellous predecessors or than Raphael of rivalling them. Vasari prefaces his life to Andrea del Sarto (1486 1531) with something more definite than his usual rhetorical flourishes. At length we have come, he says, after having written the lives of many artists distinguished for colour, for design, or for invention, to that of the truly excellent Andrea del Sarto, in whom art and nature combine to show all that may be done in painting when design, colouring, and invention unite in one and the same person. Had he possessed a somewhat bolder and more elevated mind, had he been distinguished for higher qualifications as he was for genius and depth of judgment in the art he practised, he would beyond all doubt have been without an equal. But there was in his nature a certain timidity of mind, a sort of diffidence and want of strength, which prevented those evidences of ardour and animation which are proper to the highest characters from ever appearing in him, which, could they have been added to his natural advantages, would have made him truly a divine painter, so that his works are wanting in that grandeur, richness, and force which are so conspicuous in those of many other masters. His figures are well drawn and entirely free from errors, and perfect in all their proportions, and for the most part are simple and chaste. His airs of heads are natural and graceful in women and children, while both in youth and old men they are full of life and animation. His draperies are marvellously beautiful. His nudes are admirably executed, simple in drawing, exquisite in colouring, nay, they are truly divine. And yet, well, let us turn to Michelangelo. While the best and most industrious artists, says Vasari, were labouring by the light of Giotto and his followers to give the world examples of such power as the benignity of their stars and the varied character of their fantasies enabled them to command, and while desirous of imitating the perfection of nature by the excellence of art, they were struggling to attain that high comprehension which many call intelligence, and were universally toiling, but for the most part in vain. The ruler of heaven was pleased to turn the eyes of his clemency towards earth, and perceiving the fruitlessness of so many labours, the ardent studies pursued without any result, and the presumptuous self-sufficiency of men which is farther from the truth than is darkness from light, he resolved, by way of delivering us from such great errors, to send to the world a spirit endowed with universality of power in each art and in every profession, one capable of showing by himself alone what is the perfection of art in the sketch, the outline, the shadows, or the lights, one who could give relief to painting and with an upright judgment could operate as perfectly in sculpture, nay, who was so highly accomplished in architect also, that he was able to render our habitations secure and commodious, healthy and cheerful, well proportioned, and enriched with the varied ornaments of art. A more prosaic passage follows presently, occasioned by the innuendoes of Condivi as to Vasari's intimacy with Michelangelo and his knowledge of the facts of his life at first hand. Vasari meets this accusation by quoting the following document relating to the apprenticeship of Michelangelo to Domenico Ghirlandaio when 14 years old. 1488. I acknowledge and record this first day of April that I, Lodovico de Buonarroti, have engaged Michelangelo, my son, to Domenico and David de Tommaso de Curado for the 3 years next to come, under the following conditions: that the said Michelangelo shall remain with the above named all the said time, to the end that they may teach him to paint and to exercise their vocation, and the above named shall have full command over him, paying him in the course of these 3 years 24 florins as wages. Besides this teaching in his earliest youth, it is considered probable that in 1494, when he visited Bologna, he came under the influence which resulted in the execution about that time of the unfinished Entombment and the Holy Family, which are two of our greatest treasures in the National Gallery. As he took the sculptor, however, before he was out of Ghirlandaio's hand, there are few traces of any activity in painting until 1506, where he was engaged on the designs for the great battle-piece for the Council Hall at Florence. The one easel picture of which Vasari makes any mention, the Tondo in the Uffizi, is the only one beside those already noted which is known to exist. The Florentine citizen Angelo Doni, Vasari says, desired to have some work from his hand as he was his friend, wherefore Michelangelo began a circular painting of Our Lady for him. She is kneeling and presents the Divine Child to Joseph. Here the artist has finely expressed the delight with which the mother regards the beauty of her son, as it is clearly manifested in the turn of her head and fixedness of her gaze. Equally evident is her wish that this contentment shall be shared by that pious old man who receives the babe with infinite tenderness and reverence. Nor was this enough for Michelangelo. Since the better to display his art, he has grouped several undraped figures in the background, some outright, some half recumbent, and others seated. The whole work is executed with so much care and finish that of all his pictures, which indeed are but few, this is considered the best. After relating the story of the artist's quarrel with his friend over the price of this masterpiece, for which at first he only asked 60 ducats, Vasari goes on to describe the now lost cartoons for the great fresco in the Council Hall at Florence, in substance as follows. When Leonardo was painting in the great hall of the council, Piero Soderini, who was then Gonfaloniere, moved by extraordinary ability which he perceived in Michelangelo, he calls him in a letter a young man who stands above all his calling in Italy, nay, in all the world, caused him to be entrusted with a portion of the work, and our artist began a very large cartoon representing the Battle of Pisa. It represented a vast number of nude figures bathing in the Arno, as men do on hot days, when suddenly the enemy is heard to be attacking the camp. The soldiers spring forth in haste to arm themselves. One is an elderly man, who, to shelter himself from the heat, has wreathed a garland of ivy around his head, and, seated on the ground, is labouring to draw on his hose, hindered by his limbs being wet. Hearing the sound of the drums and the cries of the soldier, He struggles violently to get on one of his stockings. The action of the muscles and distortion of the mouth evince the zeal of his efforts. Drummers and others hasten to the camp with their clothes in their arms, all in the most singular attitudes. Some standing, others kneeling or stooping, some falling, others springing high into the air, and exhibiting the most difficult foreshortenings. The artists were amazed as they realized that the master had in this cartoon laid open to them the very highest resources of art. Nay, there are some who still declare that they have never seen anything to equal it, either from his hand or any other, and they do not believe that genius will ever more attain to such perfection. Nor is this an exaggeration, for all who have designed from it and copied it, as was the habit for both natives and strangers to do, have become excellent in art, amongst whom were Raphael, Andrea del Sarto, Franciabigio, Pontamo, and Piero del Vago. In 1508 Michelangelo began to prepare the cartoons for the ceiling of the Sistine Chapel. Space forbids me to attempt any description of these, but the story of their completion, as related by Vasari, can hardly be omitted. When half of them were nearly finished, he says, Pope Julius, who had gone more than once to see the work, mounting the ladders with the artist's help, insisted on having them opened to public view without waiting till the last touches were given, and the chapel was no sooner opened than all Rome hastened thither, the Pope being first, even before the dust, caused by removing the scaffold, had subsided. Then it was that Raphael, who was very prompt in imitation, changed his manner, and to give proof of his ability immediately executed the frescoes with the prophets and sibyls in the Church of the Pace. Bramante, the architect, also laboured to convince the Pope that he would do well to entrust the second half to Raphael. But Julius, who justly valued the ability of Michelangelo, commanded that he should continue the work, judging from what he saw of the first half that he would be able to improve the second. Michelangelo accordingly finished the whole in 20 months without help. It is true that he often complained that he was prevented from giving it the finish he would have liked owing to the Pope's impatience, and his constant inquiries as to when it would be finished, and on one occasion he answered, "It will be finished when I shall have done all that I believe necessary to satisfy art." "And we command," replied Julius, "that you satisfy our wish to have it done quickly," adding finally that if it were not at once completed he would have Michelangelo thrown headlong from the scaffolding. Hearing this, the artist, without taking time to add what was wanting, took down the remainder of the scaffolding, to the great satisfaction of the whole city, on All Saints' Day, when the Pope went into his chapel to sing Mass. Michelangelo had much wished to retouch some portions of the work a secco as had been done by the older masters who had painted the walls, and add a little ultramarine to some of the draperies, and gild other parts, so as to give a richer and more striking effect. The Pope, too, would now have liked these additions to be made, but as Michelangelo thought it would take too long to re-erect the scaffolding, the pictures remained as they were. The Pope would sometimes say to him, "Let the chapel be enriched with gold and bright colours, it looks poor." To which Michelangelo would reply, "Holy Father, the men of those days did not adorn themselves with gold, those who are painted here less than any, for they were none too rich. Beside, they were holy men, and must have despised riches and ornaments." End of Chapter 6 from 6 Centuries of Painting by Randall Davies.
Twee gedichten van Nicolaas Peets. Deze opname werd gemaakt ter gelegenheid van de 6e verjaardag van LibriVox. Alle opnamen van LibriVox zijn vrij van auteursrechten. Voor meer informatie of om je aan te melden als vrijwilliger, ga naar LibriVox.org. Voorgelezen door Bart de Leeuw. Nicolaas Peets, 2 gedichten uit Gemengde Gedichten, 7e bundel. 60ste verjaardag. Ben je 60? Ja, ik ben het, ik beken het. Kan ik het wel ontveinzen? Het haar mijns hoofd is dun en grijs en, dat maakte ik niemand wijs, niet slechts van gepeinzen. Ook van bange zorgen niet, of verdriet, schoon ik het leed wel kende. Maar, wat immer zij gebeurt, niet een smart die hooploos treurt, niet een hartzeer dat verscheurt, onverzachtbare ellende. Vrouwen, kinderen, ziet mij aan. Ik kan nog gaan, op mijn 2x30, in de wangen nog wat bloeds, in deze ogen nog wat gloeds, in de boezem nog wat moeds, het hoofd nog fix und fertig. Ik dank dit hooggelukkig lot aan mijn God. Ik dank het u der neven, die mij jong houdt en verblijdt, die mijn kroon en sieraad zijt, en mij nog een lange tijd wensen doet te leven. Naschrift. Word ik 70, wie weet lief of leed hem door God beschoren? Het jongste kind nog groot te zien, is een zoete wens, en dien moog zijn gunst verhoren. 63ste verjaardag. Voor 63 jaar geduld, voor 63 jaar genade, een maat met weldaan hoog gevuld, een levenspad dat ge overladen met bloemen waaraan niets ontbrak en waar, zo mij een doorn stak, de balsem vloeide naast de wonden. Voor kracht bij vreugd en troost bij smart, voor zoveel goeds bij zoveel zonde, dankt u, o God, mijn kloppend hart. Nog klopt het, ja, voor gade en kind, voor kroost en kleinkroost mij geboren, voor menig bijgebleven vriend, na velen door de dood verloren. Voor het werk waarin ik dag aan dag u naar vermogen dienen mag, voor het goede en schone, waar ik het vinde, o God, nog met dezelfde gloed waarmee mijn ziele het vroeg beminde en immers eeuwig minnen moet. Ik ben jong geweest, ben oud geworden, maar voor verouderen nog bewaard. Wat boom en om mijn been verdorden, ik voel mij sap en merg gespaard. Waartoe, o Heer, van dood en leven, dan om een weinig vrucht te geven, een weinig lommer, laat als vroeg, totdat uw bijl wordt opgeheven en het woord gesproken, lang genoeg. Einde van 2 gedichten van Nicolaas Beets.
26 and 1 by Maxim Gorky. This is recorded to celebrate the 6th anniversary of LibriVox. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, visit LibriVox.org. There were 26 of us, 26 living machines locked up in a damp cellar, where we patted dough from morning till night, making biscuits and cakes. The windows of our cellar looked out into a ditch, which was covered with bricks grown green from dampness. The window frames were obstructed from the outside by a dense iron netting, and the light of the sun could not peep in through the panes, which were covered with flour dust. Our proprietor stopped up our windows with iron, that we might not give his bread to the poor, or to those of our companions who, being out of work, were starving. Our proprietor called us cheats, and gave us for our dinner tainted garbage instead of meat. It was stifling and narrow in our box of stone, under the low, heavy ceiling, covered with smoke-black and spider webs. It was close and disgusting within the thick walls, which were splattered with stains of mud and mustiness. We rose at 5 o'clock in the morning without having had enough sleep, and dull and indifferent, we seated ourselves by the table at 6 to make biscuits out of the dough, which had been prepared for us by our companions while we were asleep. And all day long, from morning till 10 o'clock at night, some of us sat by the table rolling out the elastic dough with our hands, and shaking ourselves that we might not grow stiff, while the others kneaded the dough with water. And the boiling water in the kettle, where the crackles were being boiled, was purring sadly and thoughtfully all day long. The baker's shovel was scraping quickly and angrily against the oven, throwing off on the hot bricks the slippery pieces of dough. On one side of the oven wood was burning from morning till night, and the red reflection of the flame was trembling on the wall of the workshop as though it were silently mocking us. The huge oven looked like the deformed head of a fairy-tale monster. It looked as though it thrust itself out from underneath the floor, opened its wide mouth full of fire, and breathed on us with heat, and stared at our endless work through the 2 black air holes above the forehead. These 2 cavities were like eyes, pitiless and impassible eyes of a monster. They stared at us with the same dark gaze, as though they had grown tired of looking at slaves, and expected nothing human from them, despised them with the cold contempt of wisdom. Day in and day out, amidst flour dust and mud and thick, bad-odored, suffocating heat, we rolled out the dough and made biscuits, wetting them with our sweat. And we hated our work with keen hatred. We never ate the biscuit that came out of our hands, preferring black bread to the cracknels. Sitting by a long table, one opposite the other, 9 opposite 9, we mechanically moved our hands and fingers during the long hours, and became so accustomed to our work that we no longer even followed the motions of our hands. And we had grown so tired of looking at one another that each of us knew all the wrinkles on the faces of the others. We had nothing to talk about. We were used to this, and were silent all the time, unless abusing one another, for there is always something for which to abuse a man, especially a companion. But we even abused one another very seldom. Of what can a man be guilty when he is half dead, when he is like a statue, when all his feelings are crushed under the weight of toil? But silence is terrible and painful only to those who have said all and have nothing more to speak of. But to those who never had anything to say, to them silence is simple and easy. Sometimes we sang, and our song began thus. During work, someone would suddenly heave a sigh, like that of a tired horse, and would softly start one of those drawling songs whose touchingly caressing tune always gives ease to the troubled soul of the singer. One of us sang, and at first we listened in silence to his lonely song, which was drowned and deafened underneath the heavy ceiling of the cellar, like the small fire of a wood-pile in the steppe on a damp autumn night, when the gray sky is hanging over the earth like a leaden roof. Then another joined the singer, and now 2 voices soar softly and mournfully over the suffocating heat of our narrow ditch. And suddenly a few more voices take up the song, and the song bubbles up like a wave, growing stronger, louder, as though moving asunder the damp, heavy walls of our stony prison. All the 26 sing. Loud voices, singing in unison, fill the workshop. The song has no room there. It strikes against the stones of the walls. It moans and weeps and reanimates the heart by a soft tickling pain, irritating old wounds and rousing sorrow. The singers breathe deeply and heavily. Someone unexpectedly leaves off his song and listens for a long time to the singing of his companions, and again his voice joins the general wave. Another mournfully exclaims, "Eh!" sings, his eyes closed, and it may be that the wide, heavy wave of sound appears to him like a road leading somewhere far away, like a wide road lighted by the brilliant sun, and he sees himself walking there. The flame is constantly trembling in the oven. The baker's shovel is scraping against the brick. The water in the kettle is purring, and the reflection of the fire is trembling on the wall, laughing in silence. And we sing away, with someone else's words, our dull sorrow, the heavy grief of living men robbed of sunshine, the grief of slaves. Thus we lived, 26 of us, in the cellar of a big stony house, and it was hard for us to live, as though all the 3 stories of the house had been built upon our shoulders. But besides the songs, we had one other good thing, something we all loved, and which perhaps came to us instead of the sun. The 2nd story of our house was occupied by an embroidery shop, and there, among many girl workers, lived the 16-year-old chambermaid, Tanya. Every morning her little pink face with blue, cheerful eyes leaned against the pane of the little window in our hallway door, and her ringing, kind voice cried to us, "Little prisoners, give me biscuits." We all turned around at this familiar clear sound, and joyously, kind-heartedly looked at the pure maiden face as it smiled to us delightfully. We were accustomed and pleased to see her nose flattened against the window-pane, and the small white teeth that flashed from under her pink lips, which were open with a smile. We rushed to open the door for her, pushing one another. She enters, cheerful and amiable, and holding out her apron. She stands before us, leaning her head somewhat to one side, and smiles all the time. A thick, long braid of chestnut hair, falling across her shoulder, lies on her breast. We, dirty, dark, deformed men, look up at her from below. The threshold was 4 steps higher than the floor. We look at her, lifting our heads upwards. We wish her a good morning. We say to her some particular words we use for her alone. Speaking to her, our voices are somehow softer, and our jokes lighter. Everything is different for her. The baker takes out a shovel full of the brownest and reddest biscuits and throws them cleverly into Tanya's apron. "Look out that the boss doesn't see you," we always warn her. She laughs roguishly and cries to us cheerfully, "Good-bye, little prisoners," and she disappears quickly like a little mouse. That's all. But long after her departure we speak pleasantly of her to one another. We say the very same thing we said yesterday and before, because she, as well as we and everything around us, is also the same as yesterday and before. It is very hard and painful for one to live when nothing changes around him, and if it does not kill his soul for good, the immobility of the surroundings becomes all the more painful the longer he lives. We always spoke of women in such a manner that at times we were disgusted at our own rude and shameless words, and this is quite clear, for the women we had known perhaps never deserved any better words. But of Tanya, we never spoke ill. Not only did none of us ever dare to touch her with his hand, she never even heard a free jest from us. It may be that this was because she never stayed long with us. She flashed before our eyes like a star coming from the sky, and then disappeared. Or perhaps because she was small and very beautiful, and all that is beautiful commands the respect even of rude people. And then, though our hard labor had turned us into dull oxen, we nevertheless remained human beings, and like all human beings, we could not live without worshipping something. We had nobody better than she, and none except her paid any attention to us, the dwellers of the cellar. No one, though tens of people lived in the house. And finally, this is probably the main reason, we all considered her as something of our own, as something that existed only because of our biscuits. We considered it our duty to give her hot biscuits, and this became our daily offering to the idol. It became almost a sacred custom which bound us to her more every day. Aside from the biscuits, we gave Tanya many advices: to dress more warmly, not to run fast on the staircase, nor to carry heavy loads of wood. She listened to our advice with a smile, replied to us with laughter, and never obeyed us. But we did not feel offended at this. All we needed was to show that we cared for her. She often turned to us with various requests. She asked us, for instance, to open the heavy cellar door, to chop some wood. We did whatever she wanted us to do with joy, and even with some kind of pride. But when one of us asked her to mend his only shirt, she declined, with a contemptuous sneer. We laughed heartily at the queer fellow, and never again asked her for anything. We loved her. All is said in this. A human being always wants to bestow his love upon someone, although he may sometimes choke or slander him. He may poison the life of his neighbor with his love, because, loving, he does not respect the beloved. We had to love, Tanya, for there was no one else we could love. At times, some one of us would suddenly begin to reason thus: "And why do we make so much of the girl? What's in her, eh? We have too much to do with her." We quickly and rudely checked the man who dared say such words. We had to love something. We found it out and loved it, and the something which the 26 of us loved had to be inaccessible to each of us as our sanctity. And any one coming out against us in this matter was our enemy. We loved, perhaps, not what was really good, but then we were 26, and therefore we always wanted the thing dear to us to be sacred in the eyes of others. Our love is not less painful than hatred, and perhaps this is why some haughty people claim that our hatred is more flattering than our love. But why, then, don't they run from us, if that is true? Aside from the biscuit department, our proprietor had also a shop for white bread. It was in the same house, separated from our ditch by a wall. The Buachniks, white bread bakers, there were 4 of them, kept aloof, considering their work cleaner than ours, and therefore considering themselves better than we were. They never came to our shop, laughed at us whenever they met us in the yard, nor did we go to them. The proprietor had forbidden this for fear lest we might steal loaves of white bread. We did not like the Buachniks because we envied them. Their work was easier than ours. They were better paid. They were given better meals. Theirs was a spacious, light workshop, and they were all so clean and healthy, repulsive to us, while we were all yellow and gray and sickly. During holidays and whenever they were free from work, they put on nice coats and creaking boots. 2 of them had harmonicas, and they all went to the city park, while we had on dirty rags and burst shoes, and the city police did not admit us into the park. Could we love the Buachniks? One day we learned that one of their bakers had taken to drink, that the proprietor had discharged him and hired another one in his place, and that the other one was a soldier, wearing a satin vest and a gold chain to his watch. We were curious to see such a dandy, and in the hope of seeing him, we, now and again, one by one, began to run out into the yard. But he came himself to our workshop. Kicking the door open with his foot, and leaving it open, he stood on the threshold and, smiling, said to us, "God help you! Hello, fellows!" The cold air, forcing itself in at the door in a thick, smoky cloud, was whirling around his feet. He stood on the threshold, looking down on us from above, and from under his fair-curled mustache big yellow teeth were flashing. His waistcoat was blue, embroidered with flowers. It was beaming, and the buttons were of some red stones. And there was a chain, too. He was handsome, this soldier, tall, strong, with red cheeks, and his big, light eyes looked good, kind, and clear. On his head was a white, stiffly starched cap, and from under his clean apron peeped out sharp toes of stylish, brightly shining boots. Our baker respectfully requested him to close the door. He did it without haste and began to question us about the proprietor. Vying with each other, we told him that our boss was a rogue, a rascal, a villain, a tyrant, everything that could and ought to be said of our proprietor, but which cannot be repeated here. The soldier listened, stirred his mustache, and examined us with a soft, light look. "And are there many girls here?" he asked suddenly. Some of us began to laugh respectfully. Others made soft grimaces. Someone explained to the soldier that there were 9 girls. "Do you take advantage?" asked the soldier, winking his eye. Again we burst out laughing, not very loud and with a confused laughter. Many of us wished to appear before the soldier just as clever as he was, but not one was able to do it. Someone confessed, saying in a low voice, "It is not for us." "Yes, it is hard for you," said the soldier with confidence, examining us fixedly. "You haven't the bearing for it. The figure. You haven't the appearance, I mean. And a woman likes a good appearance in a man. To her it must be perfect, everything perfect. And then she respects strength. A hand should be like this." The soldier pulled his right hand out of his pocket. The shirt sleeve was rolled up to his elbow. He showed his hand to us. It was white, strong, covered with glossy golden hair. A leg, a chest, in everything there must be firmness. And then again, the man must be dressed according to style, as the beauty of things requires it. For instance, I am loved by women. I don't call them, I don't lure them. They come to me of themselves. He seated himself on a bag of flour and told us how the women loved him and how he handled them boldly. Then he went away, and when the door closed behind him with a creak, we were silent for a long time, thinking of him and of his stories. And then suddenly we all began to speak, and it became clear at once that he pleased every one of us. Such a kind and plain fellow. He came, sat a while, and talked. Nobody came to us before. Nobody ever spoke to us like this, so friendly. And we all spoke of him, and of his future successes with the embroidery girls, who either passed us by, closing their lips insultingly when they met us in the yard, or went straight on as if we had not been in their way at all. And we always admired them, meeting them in the yard, or when they went past our windows in winter dressed in some particular hats and in fur coats, in summer in hats with flowers, with colored parasols in their hands. But thereafter, among ourselves, we spoke of these girls so that, had they heard it, they would have gone mad for shame and insult. "However, see that he doesn't spoil Tanushka, too," said the baker suddenly with anxiety. We all became silent, dumbfounded by these words. We had somehow forgotten Tanya. It looked as though the soldier's massive, handsome figure prevented us from seeing her. Then began a noisy dispute. Some said that Tanya would not submit herself to this. Others argued that she would not hold out against the soldier. Still others said that they would break the soldier's bones in case he should annoy Tanya. And finally all decided to look after the soldier and Tanya and to warn the girl to be on guard against him. This put an end to the dispute. About a month went by. The soldier baked white bread, walked around with the embroidery girls, came quite often to our workshop, but never told us of his success with the girls. He only twisted his mustache and licked his lips with relish. Tanya came every morning for the biscuits, and as always was cheerful, amiable, kind to us. We attempted to start a conversation with her about the soldier, but she called him a goggle-eyed calf and other funny names, and this calmed us. We were proud of our little girl, seeing that the embroidery girls were making love to the soldier. Tanya's relation toward him somehow uplifted all of us, and we, as if guided by her relation, began to regard the soldier with contempt. And we began to love Tanya still more, and meet her in the morning more cheerfully and kind-heartedly. But one day the soldier came to us a little intoxicated, seated himself, and began to laugh. And when we asked him what he was laughing at, he explained, "Two had a fight on account of me. Lidka and Grushka. How they disfigured each other! Ha, ha! One grabbed the other by the hair and knocked her to the ground in the hallway and sat on her. Ha, ha, ha! They scratched each other's faces. It is laughable. And why cannot women fight honestly? Why do they scratch, eh?" He sat on the bench, strong and clean and jovial, talking and laughing all the time. We were silent. Somehow or other he seemed repulsive to us at this time. "How lucky I am with women, eh? It is very funny. Just a wink, and I have them." His white hands, covered with glossy hair, were lifted and thrown back to his knees with a loud noise, and he stared at us with such a pleasantly surprised look, as though he really could not understand why he was so lucky in his affairs with women. His stout red face was radiant with happiness and self-satisfaction, and he kept on licking his lips with relish. Our baker scraped the shovel firmly and angrily against the hearth of the oven, and suddenly said sarcastically, "You need no great strength to fell little fir trees, but try to throw down a pine." "That is, do you refer to me?" asked the soldier. "To you." "What is it?" "Nothing. Too late." "No, wait. What's the matter? Which pine?" Our baker did not reply, quickly working with his shovel at the oven. He would throw into the oven the biscuits from the boiling kettle, would take out the ready ones and throw them noisily to the floor to the boys who put them on bast strings. He looked as though he had forgotten all about the soldier and his conversation with him. But suddenly the soldier became very restless. He rose to his feet, and walking up to the oven, risked striking his chest against the handle of the shovel, which was convulsively trembling in the air. "No, you tell me. Who is she? You have insulted me." "I? Not a single one can wrench herself from me. Never. And you say to me such offensive words." And indeed he looked really offended. Evidently there was nothing for which he might respect himself except for his ability to lead women astray. It may be that aside from this ability there was no life in him, and only this ability permitted him to feel himself a living man. There are people to whom the best and dearest thing in life is some kind of a disease of either the body or the soul. They make much of it during all their lives and live by it only. Suffering from it, they are nourished by it. They always complain of it to others, and thus attract the attention of their neighbors. By this they gain people's compassion for themselves, and aside from this they have nothing. Take away this disease from them, cure them, and they are rendered most unfortunate, because they then lose their sole means of living. They then become empty. Sometimes a man's life is so poor that he is involuntarily compelled to prize his defect and live by it. It may frankly be said that people are often depraved out of mere weariness. The soldier felt insulted, and besetting our baker, roared, "Tell me, who is it?" "Shall I tell you?" The baker suddenly turned to him. "Well?" "Do you know Tanya?" "Well?" "Well, try." "I?" "You." "Her? That's easy enough." "We'll see." "You'll see." "Ha, ha! She'll— a month's time." "What a boaster you are, soldier." 2 weeks. I'll show you." "Who is it? Tanya?" "Pooh!" "Get away, I say. Get away. You're bragging." 2 weeks. That's all." Suddenly our baker became enraged, and he raised the shovel against the soldier. The soldier stepped back, surprised, kept silent for a while, and saying ominously in a low voice, "Very well, then," he left us. During the dispute we were all silent, interested in the result. But when the soldier went out, a loud, animated talk and noise was started among us. Someone cried to the baker, "You contrived a bad thing, Pavel." "Work," replied the baker, enraged. We felt that the soldier was touched to the quick, and that a danger was threatening Tanya. We felt this, and at the same time we were seized with a burning, pleasant curiosity. What will happen? Will she resist the soldier? And almost all of us cried out with confidence, "Tanya? She will resist. You cannot take her with bare hands." We were very desirous of testing the strength of our godling. We persistently proved to one another that our godling was a strong godling, and that Tanya would come out the victor in this combat. Then finally it appeared to us that we did not provoke the soldier enough, that he might forget about the dispute, and that we ought to irritate his self-love the more. Since that day we began to live a peculiar, intensely nervous life, a life we had never lived before. We argued with one another all day long as if we had grown wiser. We spoke more and better, It seemed to us that we were playing a game with the devil, with Tanya as the stake on our side. And when we had learned from the Buotchniks that the soldier began to court our Tanya, we felt so dreadfully good and were so absorbed in our curiosity that we did not even notice that the proprietor, availing himself of our excitement, added to our work 14 pouts. A pout is a weight of 40 Russian pounds of dough a day. We did not even get tired of working. Tanya's name did not leave our lips all day long, and each morning we expected her with especial impatience. Sometimes we imagined that she might come to us, and that she would be no longer the same Tanya, but another one. However, we told her nothing about the dispute. We asked her no questions, and treated her as kindly as before. But something new and foreign to our former feelings for Tanya crept in stealthily into our relation toward her, and this new something was keen curiosity, sharp and cold like a steel knife. "Fellows, time is up today," said the baker one morning, commencing to work. We knew this well, without his calling our attention to it, but we gave a start none the less. "Watch her. She'll come soon," suggested the baker. Someone exclaimed regretfully, "What can we see?" And again a lively, noisy dispute ensued. Today we were to learn at last how far pure and inaccessible to filth was the urn wherein we had placed all that was best in us. This morning we felt for the first time that we were really playing a big game, that this test of our godling's purity might destroy our idol. We had been told all these days that the soldier was following Tanya obstinately, but for some reason or other none of us asked how she treated him. And she kept on coming to us regularly every morning for biscuits, and was the same as before. This day, too, we soon heard her voice. "Little prisoners, I've come." We hastened to let her in, and when she entered we met her, against our habit, in silence. Staring at her fixedly, we did not know what to say to her, what to ask her, and as we stood before her we formed a dark, silent crowd. She was evidently surprised at our unusual reception, and suddenly we noticed that she turned pale, became restless, began to bustle about, and asked in a choking voice, "Why are you such—" "And you?" asked the baker sternly, without taking his eyes off the girl. "What's the matter with me?" "Nothing." "Well, quicker, give me biscuits." She had never before hurried us on. "There's plenty of time," said the baker, his eyes fixed on her face. Then she suddenly turned around and disappeared behind the door. The baker took up his shovel and said calmly, turning towards the oven, "It is done, it seems. The soldier! Rascal! Scoundrel!" Like a herd of sheep pushing one another, we walked back to the table, seated ourselves in silence, and began to work slowly. Soon someone said, "And perhaps not yet." "Go on, talk about it," cried the baker. We all knew that he was a clever man, cleverer than any of us, and we understood by his words that he was firmly convinced of the soldier's victory. We were sad and uneasy. At 12 o'clock, during the dinner hour, the soldier came. He was as usual, clean and smart, and as usual looked straight into our eyes. We felt awkward to look at him. "Well, honorable gentlemen, if you wish I can show you a soldier's boldness," said he, smiling proudly. "You go out into the hallway and look through the clefts. Understand?" We went out, and falling on one another, we stuck to the cleft in the wooden walls of the hallway leading to the yard. We did not have to wait long. Soon Tanya passed with a quick pace, skipping over the plashes of melted snow and mud. Her face looked troubled. She disappeared behind the cellar door. Then the soldier went there slowly and whistling. His hands were thrust into his pockets, and his mustache was stirring. A rain was falling, and we saw the drops fall into plashes, and the plashes were wrinkling under their blows. It was a damp, gray day, a very dreary day. The snow still lay on the roofs, while on the ground here and there were dark spots of mud, and the snow on the roofs, too, was covered with a brownish, muddy coating. The rain trickled slowly, producing a mournful sound. We felt cold and disagreeable. The soldier came first out of the cellar. He crossed the yard slowly, stirring his mustache, his hands in his pockets, the same as always. Then Tanya came out. Her eyes were radiant with joy and happiness, and her lips were smiling, and she walked as though in sleep, staggering with uncertain steps. We could not stand this calmly. We all rushed toward the door, jumped out into the yard, and began to hiss and bawl at her angrily and wildly. On noticing us, she trembled and stopped short as if petrified in the mud under her feet. We surrounded her and malignantly abused her in the most obscene language. We told her shameless things. We did this not loud, but slowly, seeing that she could not get away, that she was surrounded by us, and we could mock her as much as we pleased. I don't know why, but we did not beat her. She stood among us, turning her head one way and another, listening to our abuses, and we kept on throwing at her more of the mire and poison of our words. The color left her face. Her blue eyes, so happy a moment ago, opened wide. Her breast breathed heavily and her lips were trembling. And we, surrounding her, avenged ourselves upon her, for she had robbed us. She had belonged to us. We had spent on her all that was best in us, though that best was the crusts of beggars. But we were 26, while she was 1, and therefore there was no suffering painful enough to punish her for her crime. How we abused her! She was silent, looked at us wild-eyed and trembling in every limb. We were laughing, roaring, growling. Some more people ran up to us. Some one of us pulled Tanya by the sleeve of her waist. Suddenly her eyes began to flash. Slowly she lifted her hands to her head, and adjusting her hair, said loudly but calmly, looking straight into our eyes, "Miserable prisoners!" And she came directly toward us, and walked too, as though we were not in front of her, as though we were not in her way. Therefore, none of us were in her way. And coming out of our circle, without turning to us, she said aloud, and with indescribable contempt, "Rascals! Rabble!" Then she went away. We remained standing in the center of the yard, in the mud, under the rain and the gray, sunless sky. Then we all went back silently to our damp, stony ditch. As before, the sun never peeped in through our windows, and Tanya never came there again. End of 26 and 1 by Maxim Gorky. Read by Winston Tharp.
White Feather and the Six Giants, from The Indian Fairy Book, by Cornelius Matthews. This is recorded to celebrate the 6th anniversary of LibriVox. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. White Feather and the Six Giants. There was an old man living in the depth of a forest, with his grandson, whom he had taken in charge when quite an infant. The child had no parents, brothers, or sisters. They had all been destroyed by 6 large giants, and he had been informed that he had no other relative living beside his grandfather. The band to whom he had belonged had put up their children on a wager in a race against those of the giants, and had thus lost them. There was an old tradition in the tribe that, one day, it would produce a great man who would wear a white feather, and who would astonish every one by his feats of skill and bravery. The grandfather, as soon as the child could play about, gave him a bow and arrows to amuse himself with. He went into the edge of the woods one day and saw a rabbit, but not knowing what it was, he ran home and described it to his grandfather. He told him what it was, that its flesh was good to eat, and that if he would shoot one of his arrows into its body he would kill it. The boy went out again and brought home the little animal, which he asked his grandfather to boil, that they might feast on it. He humored the boy in this, and he encouraged him to go on in acquiring the knowledge of hunting, until he could kill deer and the larger kinds of game, and he became, as he grew up, an expert hunter. As they lived alone and away from other Indians, the curiosity of the stripling was excited to know what was passing in the world. One day he came to the edge of a prairie, where he saw ashes like those at his grandfather's lodge, and lodge poles left standing. He returned and inquired whether his grandfather had put up the poles and made the fire. He was answered, no, nor did he believe that he had seen anything of the kind. He must have lost his senses to be talking of such things. Another day the young man went out to see what there was within a day's hunt that was curious, and on entering the woods he heard a voice calling out to him, "Come here, you destined wearer of the white feather. You do not wear it yet, but you are worthy of it. Return home and take a short nap. You will dream of hearing a voice which will tell you to rise and smoke. You will see in your dream a pipe, a smoking sack, and a large white feather. When you awake you will find these articles. Put the feather on your head, and you will become a great hunter, a great warrior, and a great man, able to do anything. As a proof that these things shall come to pass, when you smoke, the smoke will turn into pigeons." The voice then informed the young man who he was, and made known the character of his grandfather, who was imposing upon him to serve his own ends. The voice spirit then caused a vine to be laid at his side, and told him that he was now of an age to avenge the wrongs of his kindred. "When you meet your enemy," the spirit added, "you will run a race with him. He will not see the vine because it is enchanted. While you are running, you will throw it over his head and entangle him, so that you will win the race." Long before this speech was ended, the young man had turned to the quarter from which the voice proceeded, and he was astonished to behold a man, for as yet he had never seen any human being beside his grandfather. As he looked more keenly, he saw that this man, who had the looks of great age, was wood from the breast downward, and that he appeared to be fixed in the earth. As his eye dwelt upon this strange being, the countenance by degrees faded away, and when he advanced to the spot whence it had addressed him, it was gone. He returned home, slept, in the midst of his slumbers, as from the hollow of the air, heard the voice, wakened, and found the promised gifts. His grandfather, when his attention was called to his awakening, was greatly surprised to find the youth with a white feather on his forehead, and to see flocks of pigeons flying out of his lodge. He then remembered the old tradition, and knowing that now the day when he should lose control of his charge had begun, he bitterly bewailed the hour. Possessed of his 3 magic gifts, the young man departed the next morning to seek his enemies and to demand revenge. The 6 giants lived in a very high lodge in the middle of a wood. He traveled on in good heart till he reached this lodge, where he found that his coming had been made known by the little spirits who carry the news. The giants hastened out, and gave a cry of joy as they saw him drawing near. When he approached within hail, they began to make sport of him, saying, "Here comes the little man with the white feather, who is to achieve such wonderful wonders." When, however, he had arrived among them, they spoke him fair, saying he was a brave man and would do brave things. Their object was to encourage him, so that he would be bold enough to engage in some foolhardy trial of strength. Without paying much heed to their fine speeches, White Feather went fearlessly into their lodge, and without waiting for invitation, he challenged them to a foot match. They agreed, and as they said, by way of being easy with him, they told him to begin the race with the smallest of their number. The point to which they were to run was a peeled tree toward the rising sun, and then back to the starting place, which was a war club of iron. Whoever won this stake was empowered to use it in dispatching the defeated champion. If White Feather should overcome the first giant, he was to try the second, and so on, until they had all measured speed with him. By a dexterous use of the vine he gained the first race, struck down his competitor, and cut off his head. The next morning he ran with the second giant, whom he also outran, killed, and beheaded. He went on in this way for the 5 mornings, always conquering by the aid of his vine, and lopping off the heads of the vanquished giants. The last of the giants who was yet to run with him acknowledged his power, but prepared secretly to deceive him. By way of parley, he proposed that Whitefeather should leave the heads with him, and that he would give him a handsome start for odds. This Whitefeather declined, as he preferred to keep the heads as trophies of his victory. Before going to the giant's lodge on the 6th morning, he met his old counselor in the woods, standing rooted in the earth as before. He told Whitefeather that he was about to be deceived, that he had never known any other sex but his own, but that as he went on his way to the lodge, he would meet the most beautiful woman in the world. He must pay no attention to her, but as soon as he caught her eye he must wish himself changed into an elk. The change would take place immediately, and he must go to feeding and not look at her again. Whitefeather thanked his kind adviser, and when he turned to take his leave he was gone as before. He proceeded toward the lodge, met the female as had been foretold to him, and became an elk. She reproached him that he had cast aside the form of a man that he might avoid her. "I have travelled a great distance," she added, "to see you and to become your wife, for I have heard of your great achievements, and admire you very much." Now this woman was the 6th giant, who had assumed this disguise to entrap Whitefeather. Without a suspicion of her real character, her reproaches and her beauty affected him so deeply that he wished himself a man again, and he at once resumed his natural shape. They sat down together, and he began to caress and to make love to her. Soothed by her smiles and her gracious manners, he ventured to lay his head on her lap, and in a little while he fell into a deep slumber. Even then, such was her fear of Whitefeather, she doubted whether his sleep might not be feigned. To assure herself, she pushed his head aside, and seeing that he remained unconscious, she quickly assumed her own form as the 6th giant, took the plume from the brow of Whitefeather, and placed it upon his own head, and with a sudden blow of his war-club changed him into a dog, in which degraded form he followed his enemy to the lodge. While these things were passing, there were living in an Indian village at some distance 2 sisters, the daughters of a chief, who were rivals, and they were at that time fasting to acquire power, for the purpose of enticing the wearer of the white feather to visit their lodge. They each secretly hoped to engage his affections, and each had built a lodge in the border of the village encampment. The giant, knowing this, and having become possessed of the magic plume, went immediately to visit them. As he approached, the sisters, who were on the lookout at their lodge doors, espied and recognized the feather. The eldest sister had prepared her lodge with great show, and all the finery she could command so as to attract the eye. The youngest touched nothing in her lodge, but left it in its ordinary state. The eldest went out to meet the giant, and invited him in. He accepted her invitation, and made her his wife. The youngest sister invited the enchanted dog into her lodge, prepared him a good supper and a neat bed, and treated him with much attention. The giant, supposing that whoever possessed the white feather possessed also all its virtues, went out upon the prairie to hunt, hallooing aloud to the game to come and be killed. But the great hubbub he kept up scared them away, and he returned at night with nothing but himself, for he had shouted so lustily all day long that he had been even obliged to leave the mighty halloo with which he had set out behind. The dog went out the same day, hunting upon the banks of a river. He stole quietly along to the spot, and, stepping into the water, he drew out a stone, which instantly became a beaver. The next day the giant followed the dog, and, hiding behind a tree, he watched the manner in which the dog hunted in the river, when he drew out a stone, which at once turned into a beaver. "Aha!" said the giant to himself, "I will catch some beaver for myself." And as soon as the dog had left the place, the giant went to the river, and, imitating the dog, he drew out a stone, and was delighted to see it, as soon as it touched the land, change into a fine fat beaver. Tying it to his belt, he hastened home, shouting a good deal, and brandishing the white feather about, as if he were prepared now to show them what he could do when he once tried. When he reached home he threw it down, as is the custom, at the door of the lodge before he entered. After being seated a short time, he gave a dry cough, and bade his wife bring in his hunting girdle. She made dispatch to obey him, and presently returned with the girdle, with nothing tied to it but a stone. The next day The dog, finding that his method of catching beavers had been discovered, went to a wood at some distance, and broke off a charred limb from a burned tree, which instantly became a bear. The giant, who appeared to have lost faith in his hullabalooing, had again watched him, did exactly as the dog had done, and carried a bear home. But his wife, when she came to go out for it, found nothing but a black stick tied to his belt. And so it happened with everything. Whatever the dog undertook prospered. Whatever the giant attempted failed. Every day the youngest sister had reason to be more proud of the poor dog she had asked into her lodge, and every day the eldest sister was made more aware that though she had married the white feather, the virtues of the magic plume were not the personal property of the noisy giant. At last the giant's wife determined that she would go to her father and make known to him what a valuable husband she had, and how he furnished her lodge with a great abundance of sticks and stones, which he would pass upon her for bear and beaver. So when her husband, whose brave halloo had now died away to a feeble chirp, had started for the hunt, she set out. As soon as these two had gone away from the neighborhood, the dog made signs to his mistress to sweat him after the manner of the Indians. He had always been a good dog, and she was willing to oblige him. She accordingly made a lodge just large enough for him to creep in. She then put in heated stones, and poured water upon them, which raised a vapor that filled the lodge, and searched with its warmth to the very heart's core of the enchanted dog. When this had been kept up for the customary time, the enchanted dog was completely sweated away, and in his stead, as might have been expected, out came a very handsome young man, but, unhappily, without the power of speech. In taking away the dog, it appears that the sweating lodge had also carried off the voice with it. Meantime, the elder sister had reached her father's, and, with much circumstance and a very long face, had told him how that her sister was supporting an idle dog, and entertaining him as her husband. In her anxiety to make known her sister's affairs, and the great scandal she was bringing upon the family, the eldest forgot to say anything of the sticks and stones which her own husband brought home for bears and beavers. The old man, suspecting that there was magic about her house, sent a deputation of young men and women to ask his youngest daughter to come to him, and to bring her dog along with her. When the deputation reached the lodge, they were surprised to find, in the place of the dog, a fine young man, and on announcing their message, they all returned to the old chief, who was no less surprised at the change. He immediately assembled all the old and wise heads of the nation to come and be witnesses to the exploits which it was reported that the young man could perform. The sixth giant, although neither very old nor very wise, thrust himself in among the relations of the old chief. When they were all assembled and seated in a circle, the old chief took his pipe and filled it, and passed it to the Indians around, to see if anything would happen when they smoked. They passed it on until it came around to the dog, who made a sign that it should be handed first to the giant, which was done, and the giant puffed with all his might, and shook the white feather upon his head, and swelled his chest, but nothing came of it, except a great deal of smoke. The dog then took it himself. He made a sign to them to put the white feather upon his head. This was no sooner done than he recovered his speech, and, beginning to draw upon the pipe at the same moment, behold, immense flocks of white and blue pigeons rushed from the smoke. From that moment the sixth giant was looked upon as an impostor, and as soon as White Feather had, at the request of the company, faithfully recounted his history, the old chief, who was one of the best-hearted magicians that ever lived, ordered that the giant should be transformed into a dog, and turned into the middle of the village, where the boys should pelt him to death with clubs, which being done, the whole 6 giants were at an end, and never troubled that neighborhood again for ever after. The chief then gave out a command, at the request of White Feather, that all the young men should employ themselves 4 days in making arrows. White Feather also asked for a buffalo robe. This he cut into thin shreds, and in the night, when no one knew of it, he went and sowed them about the prairie in every direction. At the end of the 4 days, he invited them to gather together all of their arrows, and to accompany him to a buffalo hunt. When they got out upon the prairie, they found it covered with a great herd of buffaloes. Of these they killed as many as they pleased, and afterward they had a grand festival in honor of White Feather's triumph over the giants. All this being pleasantly over, White Feather got his wife to ask her father's permission to go with him on a visit to his grandfather. The old chief replied to this application that a woman must follow her husband into whatever quarter of the world he may choose to go. Bidding farewell to all his friends, White Feather placed the plume in his frontlet, and taking his war club in his hand, he led the way into the forest, followed by his faithful wife. End of White Feather and the Six Giants, by Cornelius Matthews. Read by Liberty Stump.
De 6 zwanen. Uit Sprookjes van de gebroeders Grimm, vertaald door mevrouw van Eden van Vloten. Dit is ingesproken om de 6e verjaardag van LibriVox te vieren. Alle LibriVox-opnamen zijn vrij van auteursrechten. Voor meer informatie of om zelf vrijwilliger te worden, ga naar LibriVox.org. Gelezen door Anna Simon. De 6 zwanen. Eens jaagde een koning in een groot woud, en hij jaagde zo ijverig dat zijn jachtstoet hem niet volgen kon. En toen het avond was geworden en hij stilstond en rondkeek, bemerkte hij dat hij verdwaald was. Hij zocht een uitweg uit het woud, maar hij vond er geen. Nu zag hij opeens een oude vrouw met waggelend hoofd die naar hem toe kwam, maar het was een heks. De koning sprak haar aan en zeide: Goede vrouw, kunt ge mij niet den weg wijzen uit het bos? O ja, heer koning, dat kan ik wel, maar er is een voorwaarde bij, en als gij die niet vervult, komt gij nooit meer uit het bos en moet de hongerdood sterven. Welke is die voorwaarde? Ik heb een dochter die zo schoon is als één op de wereld, en zij verdient wel uw koningin te worden. Wilt gij haar tot vrouwe nemen, dan wijs ik u de weg uit het bos. De koning zeide ja in zijn angst, en de oude bracht hem naar haar huisje. Daar zat haar dochter bij het vuur. Zij ontving de koning alsof zij hem verwacht had. Hij zag wel dat zij heel mooi was, maar toch beviel zij hem niet. Als hij haar aanzag, overviel hem een huivering. Toen hij het meisje bij zich op het paard genomen had, wees de oude hem de weg, en zo kwam de koning weer in zijn slot. Daar werd toen de bruiloft gevierd. De koning was al eens getrouwd geweest, en van zijn eerste koningin had hij 7 kinderen, 6 prinsen en 1 prinsesje, die hij alle uitermate lief had. Hij vreesde dat de stiefmoeder hen niet goed zou behandelen en misschien wel kwaad zou doen. Daarom bracht hij ze naar een eenzaam slot, midden in een bos. Het lag zo verborgen en de weg was zo moeilijk te vinden, dat hij zelf verdwaald zou zijn, als niet een fee hem een kluw katoen had gegeven, met de bijzondere eigenschap van zelf los te wikkelen als men hem vooruitwierp en zo de weg aan te wijzen. Maar de koning ging zo dikwijls naar zijn lieve kinderen in het bos, dat het de koningin begon op te vallen. Ze werd nieuwsgierig en wilde weten wat hij toch iedere keer zo heel alleen in het bos te doen had. Ze gaf toen veel geld aan zijn dienaren, en die hebben haar het geheim verraden, en hebben haar ook gezegd van de kluw en hoe die de weg aanwees. Nu had zij geen rust voor ze had uitgevonden waar de koning die kluw bewaarde. Daarna naaide zij kleine wit zijden hemdjes, en daar zij van haar moeder toverkunsten geleerd had, naaide ze er een betovering in. Toen nu de koning eens ter jacht was uitgereden, nam zij de hemdjes en ging het bos in, en de kluw wees haar de weg. De kinderen, die in de verte iemand zagen komen, meenden dat het hun lieve vader was en huppelden hem blij tegemoet. Toen gooiden zij over ieders hoofd een hemdje, en toen dat hun huid had aangeraakt, veranderden zij in zwanen, en ze vlogen weg over het bos. De koningin ging heel vergenoegd naar huis, want ze dacht nu van haar stiefkinderen bevrijd te zijn. Maar het meisje was niet meegekomen en van haar bestaan wist zij niets af. De volgende dag kwam de koning om zijn kinderen te bezoeken, maar hij vond alleen het meisje. Waar zijn de broertjes? vroeg de koning. Ach, lieve vader, zeide ze, die zijn weg en ze hebben mij alleen achtergelaten. En ze vertelde hoe zij het gezien had vanuit haar venstertje, dat haar broers als zwanen over het bos wegvlogen, en ze toonde hem de veren die zij in het tuintje hadden laten vallen en die zij had bijeengezocht. De koning treurde, maar hij verdacht toch de koningin niet van die boze daad. Hij vreesde dat het meisje ook geroofd zou worden, daarom wilde hij haar meenemen. Maar zij was bang voor de stiefmoeder en smeekte dat zij nog alleen maar die nacht in het bos zou mogen blijven. Het meisje had gedacht, nu kan ik niet langer blijven, ik moet gaan om mijn broeders te zoeken. En toen de nacht was gekomen, ontvluchtte zij en ging dieper het bos in. Zo liep zij de ganse nacht en ook de volgende dag aan één stuk door, tot zij van vermoeidheid niet meer kon gaan. Toen kwam ze bij een wildschuur. Ze ging er in en vond er een kamertje met 6 kleine bedjes, maar zij dorst er zich niet in te leggen en kroop onder een van de bedjes. Op den harden grond wilde zij zo de nacht doorbrengen. Maar toen de zon zou ondergaan, hoorde zij ruischen van vleugels in de lucht en 6 zwanen kwamen het venster ingevlogen. Ze zetten zich op den grond en bliezen tegen elkaar en bliezen elkaar al de vederen af en hun zwanenhuid konden ze afstropen als een hemd. Het meisje zag toen dat het haar broeders waren en ze verheugde zich en kroop van onder het bedje tevoorschijn. De broeders waren even verheugd dat zij hun zusje terug hadden, maar het duurde niet lang. Je kunt hier niet blijven, zeiden zij. Dit is een herberg voor roovers en als ze thuis komen en je vinden, zullen ze je zeker kwaad doen. Kun je mij dan niet beschermen? Vroeg het zusje. Nee, antwoordden zij, want wij kunnen niet langer dan een kwartier iedere avond onze zwanenhuid afleggen en mensen zijn. Daarna worden wij weer in zwanen veranderd. Het zusje begon te schreien en vroeg, kun je dan niet verlost worden? Ach nee, dat is te moeilijk. 6 jaar lang mag je niet spreken of lachen en in die tijd moet je 6 hemdjes voor ons maken, alleen van sterrenmuurbloemetjes. Maar spreekt je mond 1 enkel woord, dan is alle arbeid voor niets. Toen de broeders zo gesproken hadden, was het kwartier om en als zwanen vlogen zij weer het venster uit. Maar het meisje dacht in zichzelve, ik wil mijn broeders verlossen, al kost het mij mijn leven. En de volgende ochtend ging ze uit en verzamelde sterrenmuur en begon te naaien. Spreken kon ze met niemand en voor lachen was zij niet vroolijk genoeg. Ze zat maar en keek op haar werk. Toen zij al lange tijd zo gezeten had, gebeurde het dat de koning van dat land, die in dat bosch op jacht was, in de buurt jaagde, en de jagers kwamen bij de boom waar het meisje op zat te naaien. Ze riepen haar toe, wie ben je? Maar ze antwoordde niet. Kom van de boom af, bij ons, we zullen je geen kwaad doen. Ze schudde alleen het hoofdje. Toen zij maar aldoor vroegen, wierp zij hun haar gouden halsketting toe. Ze dacht, dan zouden ze wel tevreden zijn. Maar ze hielden niet op. Toen wierp ze nog haar gordel naar beneden en daarna haar kousenbanden en alles wat ze aan had, zoodat ze eindelijk niets meer dan haar hemdje overhield. Maar de jagers lieten zich nog niet afwijzen en klommen in de boom, beurden het meisje eruit en brachten haar bij de koning. Wie ben je? vroeg de koning. Wat doe je op die boom? Maar ze antwoordde niet. Hij vroeg in alle talen, doch zij bleef stom. Maar zo mooi was zij, dat het konings hart getroffen werd, en hij voelde een groote liefde voor haar. Hij hing haar zijn mantel om, nam haar voor zich op het paard en bracht haar in zijn slot. Daar liet hij haar rijke kleren maken, en ze straalde in haar schoonheid als de lichte zon, maar geen woord kwam er van haar lippen. De koning zette haar naast zich aan tafel, en haar bescheidenheid en zedig wezen bevielen hem zozeer dat hij zeide, deze wensch ik tot mijn vrouw te maken en geen andere op de geheele wereld. En na enige dagen trouwde hij haar. De koning echter had een boze moeder, die ontevreden was over dit huwelijk, en ze sprak kwaad van de jonge koningin. Wie weet wat voor een meid dat is, zeide zij, die niet spreken kan. Ze is een koning onwaardig. Na een jaar, toen de koningin haar eerste kindje geboren was, nam de oude het weg terwijl ze sliep en besmeurde haar de mond met bloed. Toen ging zij naar de koning en klaagde haar aan dat ze een menscheneetster was. De koning geloofde het niet en wilde niet dulden dat men haar enig leed aandeed. En ze zat maar en naaide aan de hemden en merkte niets. De tweede maal toen er een mooi jongetje geboren werd, pleegde de stiefmoeder hetzelfde bedrog. Maar de koning weigerde weer haar te gelooven en hij sprak, ze is zo vroom en goed, dat zou ze nooit kunnen doen. Was ze niet stom, dan zou ze zich kunnen verdedigen en haar onschuld zou blijken. Maar toen de derde maal de oude weer het jonge kind roofde en de koningin aanklaagde en zij geen woord tot haar verdediging sprak, was de koning genoodzaakt haar aan het gerecht over te leveren. En toen werd zij veroordeeld tot de vuurdood. De dag waarop het vonnis zou voltrokken worden, was tegelijk de laatste dag van de 6 jaren waarin zij niet spreken of lachen mocht, en nu had zij haar broeders uit de macht van de betoovering bevrijd. De 6 hemden waren klaar, alleen de linkermouw ontbrak nog aan het laatste. Toen zij nu naar de brandstapel geleid werd, hing zij de hemden over haar arm, en toen zij boven stond en het vuur ontstoken zou worden, keek ze om. en er kwamen 6 zwanen door de lucht gevlogen. Toen begreep zij dat haar verlossing nabij was en er was vreugde in haar hart. De zwanen ruischten om haar heen en bogen zich tot haar, dat zij om hun halzen de hemden kon gooien. En toen die hen aanraakten, viel de zwanenhuid af, en haar broeders stonden levend voor haar, frisch en schoon. Alleen de jongste miste de linkerarm, en daarvoor was aan zijn schouder een zwanenvleugel gehecht. Ze omhelsden en kusten elkaar, en de koningin ging tot de koning, die daar verslagen stond, en sprak: Mijn liefste gemaal, nu mag ik spreken en u openbaren dat ik onschuldig ben en valselijk aangeklaagd. En zij verhaalde hem van het bedrog van de oude koningin en hoe zij haar kinderen had geroofd en verborgen. Die werden toen tot 's konings innige vreugde te voorschijn gebracht, maar de boze schoonmoeder werd tot haar straf op de brandstapel gebonden en tot as verbrand. De koning en de koningin en hare 6 broeders leefden nog lange jaren in vrede en geluk. Einde van de 6 zwanen van de gebroeders Grimm. De 6e december van Isaac da Costa. Dit is opgenomen ter gelegenheid van de 6e verjaardag van LibriVox. Alle LibriVox-opnamen zijn vrij van auteursrechten. Voor meer informatie of om vrijwilliger te worden, ga naar LibriVox.org. Gelezen door Anna Simon. De 6e december van Isaac da Costa. Wat schijnt gij lachend aan de transen, o dag, welks wederga den held ontluiken zag, wiens onverwelkbare lauwenkransen zich Hollands grond met wellust eignen mag. Ook die werd door de jubeltonen van Nederlands rechtschapen zonen als de allerheuglijkste dag begroet. Maar ach, hij blonk niet met die luister die thans ons hart ter gulle vreugd ontsluit. Een grijze damp rees toen het duister van 's afgronds diepten dreigend uit en dofte het blauw de hemelwanden en mengde in het dankbaar wierookbranden een ongekend gevoel van smart. Een angst die t juichend hart beknelde en rampen aan Euroop voorspelde, nog voor het zwak verstand verward. Maar ja, dit smartgevoel sprak waarheid, straks keerden trans en zonneklaarheid in een ontzachtbre doodsche nacht. Orkanen gromden uit de wolken, een oproerzee sprong uit haar kolken en dreigde het aardrijk met haar kracht. Ook Holland moest het ondervinden, t geweld van die ontembare vloed die over dijk en dam zich wegen wist te vinden. Der vrijheidsmaagd ontviel en speer en hoed. Gij ook, die thans de glorie der Bataven met eigen bloed en doodsgevaar hielpt staven, gij moest van t leven nauw bewust de door de gal verpeste lucht ontweken, gestevend naar een vreemde kust, uw kindsheid slijten ver van vaderlandsche streken. Van t nog standvastig Britsche strand zaagt gij de moedwil triumfeeren, t afgrijselijkste dwingeland met moorden en verraad Europa overheeren. Dit zaagt ge en voeldet t jeugdig bloed, dat bloed van de edelste der mannen, aloude temmers van tirannen, ontstoken in een nieuwen gloed, en greept het wrekend zwaard in handen, dat eens de ondraaglijke banden des wrevelen gaulers stuk zou slaan. Een heldenvolk was opgestaan in t zuiden, groot en fier geboren, de Spanjaard en zijn nagebuur, die in t verhevenst oorlogsvuur zichzelf de dood, hun land verdelging zworen, eer Frankrijks bloed en onrechtvaân ooit op hun vrije grond zou staan. Daar vloogt gij heen en hielpt die braven zich tegen 's dwingelands woeste slaven van t gruwelijk gareel ontslaan. Uw edele vaderen zagen het aan vanuit der zaalgen vreedzame oorden en zegenden hun kroost, daar Taag en Iwerboorden zijn roem weergalmden wijd en zijd. Maar Holland, zuchtende in zijn keten, was de ouder dapperheid vergeten en voedde een hoop op u, schoon nog niet rijp ten strijd. Zij zag haar kinders zich ontwringen, gewapend met onzaalge klingen, ten dienst eens booswichts, tegen vrijheid, godsdienst, eer. En zelfs de naam van Holland was niet meer. Maar herroepen wij die tijd van geweld en schande niet, om het vreugdegevoel te ontwijden dat deez schoone dag ons biedt. Holland bleef niet altijd zuchten, jammeren, schreien in haar band, en geknield de aanblik duchten van den trotschen dwingeland. sterveling, mocht gij t ooit verwachten, wat uw oog getuigen mag, uit die akligsten der nachten rees de schitterendste dag. Aan de noordelijke transen glom der vrijheid dageraad, en stort thans haar schoonste glansen weer op Neerlands oude staat. Maar, o overmaat van zegen, 's hemels weldaad schonk nog meer. Holland heeft zijn naam herkregen, en met hem zijn krijgsroem weer. Heil die naam dan, pas herkregen, heil die vrijheid, heil die roem, heil de glorierijke degen van Oranje en Hollands bloem. Driemaal heil den held, wiens strijden, ja, wiens bloed ons vrij behield, wien we hart en zangen wijden, met de warmste gloed bezield. Ja, mijn broeders, Pallas zonen, die voor eer en vrijheid blaakt, vangt ze gunstig op, die toonen, die mijn dankb're boezem slaakt. Thans de feestkelk volgeschonken met het edelst druivenvocht, en met geestdrift leeggedronken, voor de boei van t schrikgedrocht. Dan voor Holland, pas herboren, dat het bloeie in krijg en vree, en, wat nijd zijn rust moog storen, met de leeuwenklauw vertree. Voor de vorst der Nederlanden, die deez staat verlossing bracht uit de gruwelijkste banden, hem tot heil en zijn geslacht. Dat de held van Neerland leve, dat zijn echt volzalig zij, dat die echt hem telgen geve, Hollands steunsels, zooals hij. Einde van de 6e december door Isaac da Costa.